Professor Phileas Flitwick, Ravenclaw's esteemed dean and beloved charms professor, had always been as witty as he was wise. Though barely a meter tall, his gentle manner and lenient approach made him an instant favorite among first-year students. To bridge the height gap between him and the podium, he stood atop a carefully arranged stack of thick spellbooks, spines gilded and gleaming in the classroom's soft light, pages creaking under his weight. "Good morning," he began, voice warm and clear. "Welcome to our first charms lesson of the semester. Today, I had planned to introduce you to the general counterspell." He paused, bright eyes sweeping across the room. When his gaze lingered on Sherlock and Harry, it softened, as refreshing as a spring breeze rippling over a still lake. Professor Flitwick's voice rang out across the classroom, crisp and resolute. "Actually," he announced, "I've just changed my mind." A ripple of excited whispers swept through the students. What could possibly have prompted the normally unflappable charms master to alter his lesson at the last minute? Harry glanced sideways at Sherlock, ready to ask if he knew what was going on. "Sherlock," Harry began, but Sherlock cut him off without even looking up. "Professor Flitwick met with Professor Lockhart just before coming in," he said matter-of-factly. Harry blinked. "What? You saw Lockhart? Where is he? I never noticed him around." Sherlock raised an eyebrow. "I didn't actually see him, Hermione." Hermione, who'd been listening and eagerly, leaned forward. "Then how do you know they met?" Sherlock finally looked up, his eyes bright. "Elementary. When Professor Flitwick entered, he was still wearing that overpowering brand of perfume, Lockhart's trademark. There's no one else in Hogwarts who douses himself with that much fragrance." Hermione's eyes widened in recognition. Harry exchanged a glance with her, suddenly realizing that whatever Gilderoy Lockhart had whispered to Flitwick in the corridor must have been important indeed. You could smell it even before you saw him, the familiar blend of rose and lavender, with a whisper of lily of the valley, that unmistakable signature of Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. On the surface, Professor Flitwick looked perfectly composed, but the redness around his eyes and the lingering shadow of concern in his gaze betrayed him. He'd clearly been unsettled during whatever conversation he'd just had. A closer look revealed more. The left cuff of his robe was creased in an odd way, as though someone had grabbed at it in haste. Taken together with what we'd learned in our last Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson, the whole picture fell into place. Before today's charms class, Flitwick and Lockhart must have sat down for a frank exchange of ideas, and as a result, Flitwick had quietly altered his original teaching plan. Harry, Hermione, and Ron exchanged looks of stunned realization. No matter how many times Sherlock ran us through his line of reasoning, the three of them always reacted the same way. Their eyes widened, their jaws dropped, and somewhere between surprise and admiration, they all thought, "So that's how it is." Suddenly, everything made perfect sense. "I've already heard about what happened in your Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson." The moment Professor Flitwick's voice rang out, every student in Charms class snapped to attention. Charms was already one of the more eagerly anticipated subjects at Hogwarts, but mention of the school's newly restored Defense Against the Dark Arts course sent excitement levels soaring. "You should count yourselves lucky," Flitwick continued, a warm smile playing on his lips. "Hogwarts has finally appointed a Defense Against the Dark Arts professor who's truly up to the task." For a heartbeat, his eyes grew distant, as if recalling a private thought. Flitwick had to admit he was once puzzled by Dumbledore's decision to hire Gilderoy Lockhart. Tales of Lockhart's dubious exploits in Ravenclaw had left Flitwick profoundly skeptical, and, to be frank, more than a little disdainful. He never dreamed the man would pull off a genuine triumph. Yet Lockhart's very first lesson of the year had impressed him. There were still minor slip-ups here and there, but overall the class had been a remarkable success, far beyond what Flitwick had dared hope. And now, watching his students grin with eager anticipation, he felt a surge of relief and satisfaction. Perhaps Dumbledore's gamble had paid off after all. In the weeks that followed, Lockhart's performance in Charms only grew more impressive, if you managed to overlook his endless questionnaires and shameless self-promotion. Even Professor Flitwick, famed dueling master, had to admit that Dumbledore's choice of instructor had turned out better than anyone expected. Flitwick's brow darkened as he recalled the last lesson. But scattering like startled hens at the sight of a few Cornish pixies, that's simply inexcusable. His tone clipped with disapproval. Professor Lockhart just came to me, insisting I reconsider my teaching methods. Normally, no one, student or colleague, would shake Flitwick's confidence so easily. Yet Lockhart had a point, and Flitwick grudgingly acknowledged it. He drew in a steadying breath. Very well, then. Today we will learn the freezing charm. A ripple of excitement swept through the classroom at the promise of a new spell. The defense against the dark arts demonstration was still fresh in everyone's minds. A clutch of first-year students huddled behind Professor Lockhart as he faced down a swarm of angry pixies. With effortless flourish, he swept his wand through the air again and again, each freezing charm sending a mischievous creature tumbling from the sky, motionless as if encased in ice. Wide-eyed, the young witches and wizards watched in awe, each secretly longing to someday perform such spectacular magic. They certainly hadn't expected Lockhart's display to be so swift or so flawless. At the front of the hall, Professor Flitwick, who had welcomed Lockhart's demonstration, beamed with approval. Clearing his throat, he addressed the eager students. Now, the freezing charm is classified as an offensive spell. As you witnessed today, when properly executed, it instantly halts any movement, whether that of a living creature or an inanimate object, effectively freezing it in place. That practical display should have given you a clear picture of its power. All right, everyone, let's learn the incantation for the freezing charm together. Immobilis. Professor Flitwick's eyes sparkled as he paced in front of the class. Compared to the graceful swish and flick of Wingardium Leviosa, Immobilis consisted of a single, pat, straightforward word. Yet simplicity in pronunciation did not diminish its power. Unlike the benign levitation charm, the freezing charm was explicitly offensive and demanded a sharper, more disciplined focus of magical energy. Fortunately, after their recent defense against the dark arts practicals, the students fully appreciated how vital it was to master this spell, and concentrating their wills posed no problem. Now that you've grasped the theory, it's time for practice. Neville, Trevor, Axio! With a quick flourish of his wand, Flitwick sent Neville's toad rocketing across the room. Before Neville could even react, Trevor flew through the air in a blur of green limbs and startled croaks, landing with a soggy plop at the front of the classroom. A ripple of delighted laughter swept through the students as they watched Trevor scramble helplessly, eyes wide, much as he had during their pre-Halloween levitation lesson last term. The first practical of the day was off to an uproarious start. Immobilis, Professor Flitwick called out, flicking his wand once more. At once, Trevor, who had been hurtling through the air, froze solid, as if time itself had paused, and then tumbled straight to the floor. Flitwick tapped his wand for emphasis. Pay close attention to my movements, especially that subtle wrist flick. And be sure to enunciate your incantations clearly. I have no intention of finding any of you flat on your backs after you wave your wands. Just as he had the previous term, once the demonstration concluded, he divided the class into pairs for hands-on practice. Sherlock joined Seamus Finnegan, Hermione paired off with Neville Longbottom, and of course, Harry and Ron teamed up as the ever-present Harry and Ron duo. A full year of teaching charms had sharpened Professor Flitwick's instincts. He knew that Seamus's unpredictable magic was best kept in check under the guidance of students like Sherlock or Hermione, two of the few in the class who could handle his occasional explosive results. Meanwhile, those whose magical skill lagged behind, Neville, with his cherubic round face, for example, benefited from having a stronger partner at their side. Professor Flitwick had every intention of streamlining today's lesson on the freezing charm. By introducing it so clearly, he thought, he could save himself effort and focus on guiding more students through trickier spells. What he didn't realize was that many of the Hogwarts students had already been quietly practicing the jinx since their last defense against the dark arts class, poring over their textbooks in common rooms and dormitories. Still, few could summon the charm in charms class, and even fewer managed it on their very first try. The exceptions were Sherlock Holmes and Hermione Granger, who both produced textbook-perfect glacius spells that froze their targets solid. Professor Flitwick beamed and promptly awarded 10 points apiece to Gryffindor. Harry Potter finally achieved the effect too, but only after several attempts, and since it wasn't an immediate success, Flitwick politely withheld extra points. Meanwhile, Seamus Finnegan, assigned to the same practice group as Sherlock, waved and flicked his wand again and again with no result. Frustrated, he slipped into an unintended accent while chanting, and the tip of his wand erupted in a small explosion. Sparks flew across the classroom, sending parchment and quills skittering across desks. Sherlock, who had anticipated such a mishap, rose calmly from his seat. With a swift flick and a clear "Glacius!" he sent a gleaming jet of frost over the outburst. The flames and smoke stilled instantly, leaving only a ring of ice in their wake. Professor Flitwick seized the moment as an impromptu demonstration, praising Sherlock's quick thinking and control under pressure. As the classroom buzzed with renewed excitement, it was clear that today's lesson had been far more thrilling and memorable than anyone had expected. "I'm sorry, Holmes. I don't know what's wrong. I always seem to cause trouble." Seamus stared at the floor, cheeks burning. Sherlock watched him quietly, turning over a thought in his mind. Could magical clumsiness be hereditary? After all, he'd once managed to trigger an explosion while merely practicing the freezing charm. Perhaps he ought to embrace his flair for spectacle and specialize in blasting charms instead. Across the room, Neville Longbottom was enduring a similar struggle under Hermione Granger's watchful eye. Spell after failed spell, Hermione, taking on the role of tutor, corrected his wand hand and his pronunciation with unyielding precision. "The incantation is immobilis," she insisted, voice firm. "Pronounce it immobiles. You must stress the M. Again." If Ron had been here, he'd probably snap. "Fine. If you're so clever, show us how it's done." But Neville, ever timid, merely nodded over and over, though it did him no good. His gift for charms lagged far behind his talent for herbology. No matter how diligently he practiced, mastering a brand new spell in a single lesson remained beyond his grasp. Under Hermione's patient instruction and his own determined practice, he managed to make real progress before Charms class ended. His freezing charm worked, just not perfectly. His pet toad, Trevor, lay immobilized in the front legs and eyes, while its hind legs twitched uncontrollably. The frantic spasms made Hermione's skin crawl. With a swift flick of her wand, she mercifully ended Trevor's suffering. Chapter 182, I Can't Take Any More Embarrassment. Neville stood before her, cheeks flushed. "I'm sorry, Granger. I really don't know what happened. Every time I try to be careful, it ends up like this." Hermione found his apology more endearing than annoying. Now that practice was over, her earlier frustration had melted away. She offered him a warm smile. "It's all right. That spell is tricky. Even the best of us don't nail it on the first try. You've done brilliantly to get this far." "And really?" Neville's eyes lit up with hope. "Absolutely," Hermione assured him. "Just keep practicing, and you'll master it before you know it." Neville straightened his shoulders. "I will." At that moment, Trevor, the toad, took one look at them and hopped away as if sensing more magical mishaps. Hermione released the spell holding him, and Trevor made a beeline for the far corner of the classroom. Without hesitation, Neville broke into a run after his pet, determination written all over his face. Ron, watching the pair, couldn't help but laugh. "You've done brilliantly to get this far, Hermione. Wow, you really know how to cheer someone up." "Luckily it was Neville," Hermione said with a wry smile. "If it'd been anyone else, they'd probably have knocked you flat by now." She turned on Ron. "Heh, Ron, are you talking about yourself?" Ron cleared his throat, cheeks reddening. "Cough. Well." Hermione arched an eyebrow. "I'm not wrong." Before Ron could protest further, Sherlock stepped forward, his voice calm but firm. Hermione glanced at him in surprise. She hadn't expected his support. "I don't think we should deceive people under the guise of being smooth talkers," Sherlock began. "When we inflate someone's perception of themselves, we set them up for failure." Ron frowned. "It's not that big a deal, is it?" "You're mistaken, Ronald," Sherlock replied. "Self-awareness is like a finely tuned instrument. It must be calibrated daily. Would you trust a watchmaker who tries to assemble a chronometer from rusty gears? In both the magical and the muggle worlds, a clear understanding of your own strengths and limits cuts through the fog of uncertainty and keeps you safe." Knowing precisely where your abilities end is the truest magical safeguard. He paused, fixing Ron with a steady gaze. In your case, that means never biting off more than you can chew. Ron swallowed hard, his face burning. He had to admit Sherlock was right. Hermione could scarcely string a sentence together. She was even more tongue-tied than Sherlock. His offhand remarks, then, took their few friends by surprise. They didn't realize that Sherlock had been thinking back to the Greek interpreter case, when he'd almost missed a vital clue because he'd overestimated his own brilliance. If Hermione hadn't, by pure chance, cracked the star chart, Hagrid's interpreter friend might have suffered the same fate as poor Musgrave. It was only after that close call that Sherlock began to change his approach, and at just 11 or 12 years old, he still had so much room to grow. Meanwhile, thanks to Hermione's unbroken streak of top exam scores, Gryffindor's red hourglass, used to record house points, had remained firmly in the lead since the term began. Professor McGonagall couldn't help but smile each morning as she watched the sand pile up. Ever since Harry's arrival, not only had he shattered Slytherin's long-standing monopoly on the House Cup, but Quidditch itself had reached new heights of excitement. Everything seemed to be looking up. And then, on Wednesday morning in potions class, that winning momentum came to an abrupt halt. By their second year, Hogwarts professors had become just as eager to subtract points as they were to award them, and none more so than Professor Severus Snape. On the first potions lesson of the year, which was supposed to be nothing more than a review of Term 1 material, Snape nonetheless pounced on the smallest mistake. "Potter, why aren't you copying my instructions? Flesh your arrogance and lose Gryffindor 10 points. The family, our cry of Harry Potter loses 10 points, echoed through the dungeons, and both Gryffindor and Slytherin students felt a rush of recognition. This was Snape's potions class in all its glory. The Hogwarts they knew returned with full force. For the Slytherins, the moment carried extra weight. Even before term officially began, Snape had summoned every member of their house, professors and pupils alike, to a special assembly. At the head of the room stood Dean Severus Snape himself, ready to set the tone for the year ahead. Professor Snape convened a special meeting today to address Slytherin's disappointing performance during the pre-term inspections. His goal was to bring everyone onto the same page, sharpen our awareness of what's expected, and reinforce the overall standards for both teachers and students in the coming semester. He began by reviewing last term's shortcomings. In academics, too many students remained silent in class, content to coast rather than push themselves. On the Quidditch pitch, a handful of players resorted to unsportsmanlike tactics that not only violated fair play but also sullied the reputation of our house. Even more troubling were those who, fully aware of their own limitations, deliberately provoked stronger opponents, actions that cost Slytherin a significant number of house points. Professor Snape was unambiguous in his expectations for the new term. Everyone, professors and pupils alike, must acknowledge these failures honestly, embrace a problem-solving mindset, and work diligently to close any gaps in effort or conduct. Only by doing so can we restore Slytherin's standing and greet the semester ahead with renewed confidence and unity. As the meeting closed, the assembled teachers and students agreed that Snape's address struck exactly the right tone. Ambitious, yet crystal clear, full of practical guidance for improving both individual performance and house morale. With these directives firmly in place, Slytherin looks poised to turn a new page as the term begins. All the teachers and students treated this first meeting of term as a launch point, a chance to sprint out of the gate and seize an early victory. Last semester's finale still stung. Slytherin had been snatched from the House Cup's top spot in the very final moments, costing them a historic 7th consecutive championship. Ever since, a quiet blaze of determination has burned in every young serpent's heart. It hurt especially badly for the 7th years, who had anticipated closing their time at Hogwarts as 7-time champions, an unbroken streak to cite proudly for the rest of their lives. "Since my first day here, my house has ruled the cup 7 years running," they'd practiced saying, over and over. Now that sentence had been wiped clean by Gryffindor's last-minute surge, and the loss felt personal. This year, everyone in Slytherin House, head boy, prefects, and first years alike vowed to reclaim the cup at all costs. When the meeting adjourned, the common room buzzed with fresh ambition. Whether through perfect exams, daring Quidditch plays, or well-timed house points, the Snakes resolved to pull ahead from day one and never look back. From the very start of the afternoon's lessons, Gryffindor's top scorer had been piling on points so quickly that the other houses barely knew what hit them. They'd been waiting for a chance to strike back, and at last, Professor Snape gave it to them. When he deducted 10 points from Gryffindor in potions, it was like sounding a battle cry. In each subsequent class, Snape loomed over Gryffindor's cauldrons, ready to pounce, and the dungeon rang with the grim refrain, 10 points from Gryffindor. Meanwhile, the Slytherins, ever prepared, leapt at every question Snape posed. Draco Malfoy and Pansy Parkinson even combined forces to win a single 50-point haul, smirking as they collected their reward. Near the end of one particularly tense session, Seamus Finnegan's wand flicked just a hair too sharply, and a small explosion rocked the room. Cauldrons rattled, and a hush fell, until Sherlock Holmes sprang forward, drawing the blast away from his classmates and averting what could have been a serious injury. Snape's dark eyes glinted as he surveyed Holmes. His black robes billowed around him like storm clouds, and his knuckles tapped a crisp, ice-like rhythm against the stone wall. "Detective Holmes," he said, voice low and dripping with contempt, "your triumphant grin is positively nauseating. Do you honestly believe that a dramatic flourish of your wand absolves you of every error in judgment? Let me remind you, spilled potion never returns to the vial. And as for you, Mr. Holmes, a brilliantly averted accident does not erase your foolhardy missteps. Seamus Finnegan, your impulsiveness, stupidity, and recklessness have just cost Gryffindor another 10 points." Snape's voice cut through the dungeon air like a knife. By the time potions class ended, Gryffindor's once comfortable lead had all but vanished, and Slytherin was breathing down their necks. "They're going too far, completely shameless," Ron muttered as he hurried to pack away his cauldron. Once outside the dungeon, he stormed over to Harry and Hermione. "I'm telling you, they've got the old bat on their side. She must have tipped Draco and Pansy off about the questions in advance. Then she just lets them grab all the answers and pocket the points. Look at Chrome Boy and Poodle. They're positively glowing with smugness." Harry snorted. Sherlock's nickname for Draco Malfoy, Chrome Boy, had spread through Gryffindor like wildfire. Ron's unflattering Poodle for Pansy Parkinson was equally well known. Interestingly, Ron never complained about Snape docking Gryffindor's points. After all, in Ron's view, it would have been downright odd if Snape hadn't found something to criticize. Sherlock waved off even Ron's mild protest with a single unruffled shake of his head. "No, Ron, you're mistaken." "Huh?" Ron blinked at him. "Slytherin didn't get the questions beforehand," Sherlock went on calmly. "They simply prepared thoroughly, so thoroughly that they could answer every one of Professor Snape's questions correctly. Yes, Snape delights in finding the smallest fault to dock points. And yes, he often calls on Slytherin students more than anyone else, but he's far too proud to stoop to leaking questions in advance." A ripple of surprise ran through the gathered students. They'd never pictured Sherlock defending Snape. "Impossible," someone murmured. Ron shook his head emphatically. "Sherlock, you can't be serious. Those Slytherin kids aren't as brilliant as you or Hermione. How on earth could they know every right answer?" Sherlock simply offered a slow, confident smile, his verdict already delivered. "Someone must have warned them about my questions in advance, perhaps even given them the answers," Ron muttered. Sherlock arched an eyebrow. "My dear Weasley, if you trusted my judgment, you'd realize I can read people's true thoughts just by watching their expressions." He then turned to Hermione, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Hermione, do you remember asking me earlier what I think of Edgar Allan Poe?" Chapter 183. Is it so hard to acknowledge someone else's brilliance? Is it really so difficult to admit when someone else is exceptional? "Of course I remember," Hermione replied, puzzled by Sherlock's sudden remark. She tilted her head, waiting for him to explain. "Edgar Allan Poe once penned a short story," Sherlock began, "where the detective deduced his companion's innermost thoughts simply from the way he stumbled over a stone and then gazed up at the stars. In much the same way, I realized that Professor Snape hadn't shared the exam questions with the Slytherins beforehand. I noticed their barely perceptible hesitation, the flicker of uncertainty in their eyes when called upon, clues as subtle as those in Poe's tale. Hermione's eyes widened. She paused, recalling the precise expressions and micro-gestures Sheriff had pointed out during their last potions class. Then she nodded thoughtfully. You're right. Both methods start with minute, almost trivial details, observing a person's behavior to uncover what's going on in their mind. As she spoke, a memory surfaced, the look of disdain Sherlock had given her when she first mentioned Edgar Allan Poe. After a year of partnership, Hermione realized that he hadn't been mocking her literary reference at all. He was paying it the highest compliment. Compared with the detectives in Poe's or Christie's novels, Sherlock might as well have stepped right out of a book, yet he was only 12 years old. A budding master sleuth, with the promise of greatness still unfolding. His quiet confidence left the rest of the Hogwarts students staring in bewilderment. Apart from Hermione, very few had the slightest acquaintance with detective fiction at that age. Most Muggle-born children hadn't yet discovered Poe or Christie, and purebloods typically knew even less of Muggle culture. Ron scowled. I've never heard of him. Sounds like you're making it up, just showboating like Gilderoy Lockhart. Sherlock gave a polite nod. My dear Ron, I had no intention of boasting until you challenged me. Very well. Allow me to walk you through my deduction. The Gryffindors leaned in as Sherlock continued. When Draco Malfoy and his fellow Slytherins heard our questions, each of them registered a flicker of surprise. They didn't simply react, they paused to think. That hesitation, I observed, was the first clue. And with that, Sherlock began to unravel the thread of his observation, demonstrating exactly why he already outshone the most celebrated detectives of history, despite still being only 12. Take Malfoy, for example. His eyebrows shot up and surprise flickered in his eyes, proof he hadn't anticipated that question. Had he known it was coming, he'd have appeared confident and collected, not momentarily flustered. In fact, none of their answers flowed smoothly. There were awkward pauses and stammers. Remember the girl who hesitated for several seconds before attempting her explanation of potion ingredients? She even stumbled over her words. If she'd been prepared, her reply would have been quick and fluid. You may also have missed the way the Slytherin students exchanged covert glances before answering. That silent communication shows they weren't confident in their own knowledge and were looking to each other for clues. Put all these observations together, and the conclusion is undeniable. As for what you suggested, Sherlock said smoothly, it really isn't that difficult. You just have to read the textbook ahead of time. The group of young wizards exchanged looks, some intrigued, some skeptical, and a few utterly baffled. Harry, of course, believed Sherlock without question, but Ron scowled. Read the book before class? He scoffed. Easier said than done. Who actually has the time? Why is it so hard to acknowledge when someone else is good at something? Hermione retorted sharply, stepping to Sherlock's side. Exactly, Sherlock added. I've simply put in the effort. Ron huffed. Well, you raised your hand just like the rest of us, but Professor Snape, he broke off, glaring, at Hermione. The old bat still wouldn't call on you. Ron, Hermione said patiently, it's entirely the professor's prerogative whom he picks to answer. Caught between Hermione's logic and Sherlock's certainty, Ron had no comeback. He shifted gears instead, clapping Seamus on the shoulder. Come on, don't beat yourself up. Hermione'll help us claw back those lost points in the other subjects. Sherlock's eyebrow quirked upward. He was reading Ron's thoughts as easily as an open book. Chapter 7. Ron sat quietly with his jaw clenched, unwilling to voice his doubts, but clearly unconvinced. Sherlock watched him for a moment, then resolved to find the perfect opportunity to prove him wrong. Seamus, still cheered by Sherlock's earlier reassurance, wore a long face. You're right, he sighed, but it's pointless. Professor Snape will still dock points from Harry. Heads turned at once, and an awkward silence fell. Finally, Sherlock broke it. Honestly, we're worrying far too much about house points. At that moment, Neville entered, triumphantly cradling his toad, Trevor. He slipped into the circle of friends, listened until they grew quiet, then raised a tentative hand. Last term, we were miles behind in the standings, but we still clawed our way back, didn't we? A burst of laughter greeted him. Well said, Neville. Exactly. So you're planning to let the Lion King and the Chosen One do all the heavy lifting again? Ron teased, eyebrows raised. Neville's cheeks turned red as he waved his hands. No, that's not it at all. Really, don't get the wrong idea. Despite his protest, the room still hummed with good-natured amusement. The pressure of points felt a little lighter now that laughter had broken the tension. Ron slung his arm around Neville's shoulders. Come on, Neville. You remember how Dumbledore heaped points on us last term for guarding the Philosopher's Stone, right? You don't actually think we'll spend this whole semester chasing another deadly mystery, do you? Seamus, still smarting from his own lost points, snorted with laughter. Yeah, Neville. If every term was like that, Hogwarts would be Azkaban. But, relax, Ron interjected with a playful roll of his eyes. Honestly, if another crisis blows up this year, I'll be 20 and still single before I'm 15. Neville opened his mouth to argue, but Ron's words had already bounced around his head. Of course, last term Sherlock had stabbed Quirrell in the kidney, an unlikely repeat of events, but it never hurt to plan for the worst. Better safe than sorry, right? Besides, a little extra caution never hurt anyone. They trudged down the corridor toward their afternoon history of magic class, where, just as last term, a chatty ghost awaited them, rattling on about ancient goblet inscriptions no one really cared about. It promised to be another perfectly ordinary day at Hogwarts. Professor Binns was the one professor even Hermione Granger, the brightest student in our year, found hard to tolerate. He never once asked a question, his lectures were interminably dry, and his ghostly monotone had a soporific effect on everyone. History of magic had become little more than a nap-inducing exercise for most of us. Yet in every class, there sat Sherlock Holmes, fully focused, pencil in hand, hanging on Binns's every word. Sherlock, I really don't know how you do it, Harry whispered one afternoon, swiveling in his seat to face him. How can you pay attention to a lecture this dull? He cast a meaningful glance at Hermione, who was valiantly propping her eyelids open, her forehead creased with the effort not to drift off. Sherlock looked up from his notes, a pleased smile tugging at his lips. My dear Harry, he said softly, I've solved countless puzzles from the smallest clue. In that respect, History of Magic offers the same challenge, only the clues here are names, dates, and events. The story of magic's development is a silent but powerful tutor. By tracing its threads, we learn not just what happened, but why. For students like us, Beau, RN of Muggle families and new to this world, understanding that progression is invaluable. Harry considered this, then nodded thoughtfully, as the ghostly Professor Binns droned on about medieval wand-making techniques. Ron, overhearing Sherlock and Harry's conversation, sat up straight. He turned toward Sherlock with a curious grin. Sherlock, you only scored an A in History of Magic last year, just like me, planning to apply the same dedication to it as you do to astronomy? Sherlock's lips curved into a faint smile. Times have changed, Ron. I used to insist I'd learn only what was immediately useful, but after the Greek interpreter affair, I had to rethink that. In the wizarding world, you often don't discover a subject's true worth until you've applied it in practice. If you never explore a topic, you'll never know what it can do. Hermione raised an eyebrow. So you're abandoning your theory that the mind is like an attic? My dear Hermione, Sherlock replied, I still believe the brain is like an attic, empty space that needs regular clearing of useless rubbish. For instance, after reading Professor Lockhart's memoirs, I'll remember the adventures he describes, but I won't waste time memorizing his favorite color. Hermione stared at him, speechless. Harry and Ron exchanged amused glances behind her back, stifling laughter. Indeed, only Sherlock could leave Hermione utterly at a loss for words. After class, Harry spotted Ron doubled over in giggles. He jabbed him with an elbow. All right, Ron, what's so funny? Wiping tears of laughter from his eyes, Ron managed to gasp out, I just remembered something hilarious. Harry folded his arms. Oh yeah? Like what? Grinning broadly, Ron blurted, well, besides astronomy, I can now copy Sherlock's History of Magic homework too. Ha! Harry shot him a withering look, but Ron was already dissolving into more laughter. That night, Sherlock's third venture into the Forbidden Forest, he set off alone once again. This time, he didn't stumble upon the grateful unicorn he'd helped before, but the expedition was far from fruitless. He cataloged several new magical plants and creatures, each discovery weaving theory and practice more tightly together. Even more importantly, he charted large swaths of the forest's mist-shrouded terrain that had eluded him on his previous foray. Without the unicorn's guidance to speed his progress, he returned to the dormitory later than before, though exactly on schedule by his own careful calculations. After all, the Forbidden Forest was vast. Chance encounters with the same unicorn could not be counted on every time. Even if he did meet a unicorn, there was no guarantee it would be the one he'd rescued. He fell into bed the moment he stepped through the door, sleep overtaking him almost instantly. Thus, he decided to limit his trips to the Forbidden Forest to once every 3 days. After all, even the greatest detective needs plenty of rest to stay at the top of his game. Chapter 184, Badger Sneaks into the Lion Den. Over the weeks, Sherlock's new life at Hogwarts settled into an almost mechanical rhythm. Each morning began with sparring sessions. He and Harry would don their protective gear and trade blows in boxing drills, then move on to fencing practice. He was determined to forge the savior of the magical world into a formidable close-combat wizard. Following breakfast, Sherlock made a point of attending every scheduled class. Gone were the days when he skipped lessons on a whim. Last year's truancy was firmly behind him, and every third night he slipped out to the Forbidden Forest. Alone under the canopy of ancient oaks and whispering pines, he refined his mental map of the woods, filing each new detail away in his mind palace. Weekends found him in the library alongside Hermione, poring over texts that delved deeper into magical theory and lore. Aside from his secret forest expeditions, his routine hewed so closely to last semesters that only the most attentive observer would notice any change. That change came in defense against the dark arts. The previous year, Sherlock had endured only 2 of Professor Quirrell's lectures before he'd abandoned the course, agreeing to Professor McGonagall's insistence that he return only because he'd helped Harry earn a spot on the Quidditch team. This term, however, he hadn't missed a single class under the flamboyant tutelage of Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. The instructor's self-promoting anecdotes and ostentatious style had already become the talk of Hogwarts, and Sherlock was determined to hear every last one. Sherlock's prowess in defense against the dark arts didn't stop with his own second-year students. His lessons for the older years were equally impressive. Whether it was the freezing charm he had used so deftly against the pixies, or the uncomplicated but brutally effective charms he demonstrated in class, his magic always solved problems swiftly and cleanly. The students at every level were astonished. It felt as if they'd finally found a defense professor who knew exactly what he was doing. Even the professors who had originally bristled at Sherlock's appointment found themselves softening, though not entirely. Their lingering resentment stemmed from Gilderoy Lockhart's insistence on giving that absurd quiz during each year's first lesson. With the exception of the last few complex questions, the test consisted mostly of rote, short-answer items that could have been plucked from a Lockhart fan club newsletter rather than a serious defense exam. Unsurprisingly, only Hermione managed to complete every question. A handful of younger witches might have felt as devoted to Lockhart as she did, but none could recall all of his colorful achievements. And despite his remarkable intellect, Sherlock himself couldn't definitively answer those final essay-style questions, proof that even the brightest minds sometimes stumbled when faced with Lockhart's self-aggrandizing trivia. Before every formal lesson, Professor Gilderoy Lockhart would sweep into the classroom bearing his most radiant smile. Even once the lecture began, he couldn't resist pausing now and then to recount the daring exploits detailed in his best-selling books. The boys found it infuriating, frankly, a bit too slick. The girls, however, adored it. They insisted that Lockhart's real charm lay in those grand adventures, convinced that no mere handsome face could be so utterly captivating without a trail of heroic deeds in its wake. The older witches and wizards at Hogwarts were equally impressed. No one dared ask for more. Few even dared to hope for more. After all, before the students of Sherlock's year arrived, the school's defense against the dark arts chairs had occasionally been filled by instructors far more adept than Lockhart. Those professors, for example, could have corralled twice as many Cornish pixies without letting chaos erupt. Yet none possessed Gilderoy Lockhart's flair or his uncanny gift for making every lesson feel like a thrilling adventure. Ever since the infamous pixie incident, everyone has been waiting to see whether Professor Gilderoy Lockhart could really handle a defense against the dark arts classroom. Admittedly, the older witches and wizards assigned to assist him were more than capable of quelling any outbreak. If they chose, they could have subdued the pixies in seconds, allowing the students to practice on their own under safe supervision. Yet, as word spread of Lockhart's blunder, a surprising number of his fans leapt to his defense. Their argument? The pixies were part of his grand design. Lockhart had staged the chaos to force the students into hands-on practice. Before long, that theory took root across the school. Whatever the truth of that first lesson, there was no denying what followed. In every subsequent class, Lockhart demonstrated flawless control. He even introduced creatures far more troublesome, and officially rated by the Ministry of Magic as at least level XX, if not XXX, than the mischievous Cornish pixies. He guided students through exercises with chameleonic snails, hairy worms, urklings, kappas, kelpies, and more. At no point did his classroom descend into the pandemonium of that opening day. As the term progressed, Lockhart's confidence only grew. His demonstrations became smoother, his instructions more precise, and the students, once jittery, began to trust in their professor's expertise. Before long, gossip in the corridors sang his praises. Comparisons to last year's lesson under Professor Quirrell, whose tenure in defense against the dark arts had been, at best, mediocre, only cemented Lockhart's rising reputation. Yet amid all the excitement, the veteran wizards paid little heed to popularity contests. For them, true mastery lay not in applause or gossip, but in the quiet, unshakable proficiency with which one teaches others to stand firm against the dark arts. And on that score, they remained cautiously curious. Had Lockhart truly mastered his subject, or was he merely a brilliant showman? Ever since we arrived at Hogwarts, the defense against the dark arts chair has become jinxed. No one ever seems to last more than a single year. You'd think the disappearance of Lord Voldemort would have broken every last curse he ever cast, but apparently not. Every year, the professors change. One gets divorced in scandal, another falls mysteriously ill. Who wants to take that kind of risk for a teaching position? Even a powerful wizard means little if they're gone by Christmas. That's exactly why Gilderoy Lockhart is such a stroke of luck. Sure, he's flamboyant, vain even, but at least he's here to stay and, by all accounts, has real skill to pass on. Given the history of the post and the fate that has befallen so many of his predecessors, it's best we make the most of him while we can. I've been telling all the younger students, don't complain that he brags too much. Appreciate what we've got. Harry, Ron demanded, eyes wide as he caught up with him in the corridor, where did you hear all this? Harry shrugged, glancing around to make sure no one was eavesdropping. Cho Chang told me. Cho Chang! Ron repeated, utterly baffled. Since when does she and how did she? He huffed. I'm surprised she even knows about Lockhart's predecessors. Harry merely grinned, tucking a lock of hair behind his ear. She's done her homework, that's all. Since when have you gotten so chummy with her, you little sneak? Ron jabbed Harry's side playfully. Harry's cheeks warmed. Just yesterday, actually. Sherlock and I were out for our morning run and bumped into Cho, so we stopped to chat. That's all. He ducked his head, recalling how, ever since the term began, he and Cho Chang had grown closer, especially now that she'd been named Seeker for Ravenclaw's Quidditch team. They shared more interests than ever before, and Harry couldn't deny it made him happy. Hermione snorted, a note of annoyance in her voice. Well, of course the girls in Ravenclaw love Professor Lockhart. He's one of their own. But let's not pretend they can outshine me. Not a single first year has ever beaten my perfect score in his charms exams, and they won't in the future either. After all, he's already taught his introductory class to every year group this term. No one's getting past my record. Ron rolled his eyes. You're talking as if Lockhart's done teaching forever. Who knows what tricks he's got up his sleeve next? Don't forget, Last time he had us reciting pages from his books just so he could show off. Hermione shot him a sharp look. That was front and center on the syllabus. Besides, it doesn't change the fact that no one's topped me. Harry exchanged a glance with Ron, stifling a smile. Whatever challenges Lockhart had in store, the trio was bound to face them together. One of them was saying, "Honestly, this test is a cinch if you study for it ahead of time. Getting a perfect score isn't hard." "Sure," the other shot back, "but it's kind of pointless when so far I'm the only one who can do it." "That's only because everyone else thinks it isn't worth the effort." Ron's eyes went wide. "Hey, what's there to brag about? You really proud of that?" "Humph," came the smug reply. "I think you're just jealous." "Jealous of you? Give me a break. Why on earth would I be jealous?" "Of course you are, because—" "Shut up." Before the retort could fly, Sherlock cut in. "You two are making far too much noise." At once, the quarrel died on the spot. Without a word, Harry and Ron fell silent, glancing guiltily at each other. But Hermione, ever focused, plucked Sherlock by the sleeve and dove straight into a discussion about obscure entries in 1,000 magical herbs and fungi. From the sidelines, Harry and Ron simply shrugged. They'd long since learned that second-year coursework was tougher than the first, but only by a margin. Give it time, and every witch and wizard finds their footing. Of course, talent varied from student to student. Gryffindor House had its share of prodigies and strugglers alike, but everyone adapted in their own way. Sherlock and Hermione, for instance, needed no adaptation period at the start of term. They plunged straight into every lesson and sailed through their assignments as if summer break had never happened. Harry and Ron weren't far behind. 2 or 3 days of shaking off vacation rust, and by the end of the first week, they'd settled right back into their old routines. Seamus and Dean took a little longer, about a week to find their feet, but after one weekend on campus, even they had adjusted. As for Neville, he still looked as though he'd just woken from a deep sleep. Professor Snape drifted down the aisle, his dark robes whispering against the cold stone floor. He paused at Neville's workstation and glared into the bubbling green brew. Without so much as a pause, he fixed Harry with a frosty stare. "Potter," he said, his tone low and clipped, "why didn't you remind Mr. Longbottom to stir the potion only after the cauldron had fully cooled? Do you think his blunder makes you look any better?" "Because of your mistake, Gryffindor has lost 10 points again." Professor Snape's words still echoed in Neville's ears as the last of his classmates filed out of the dungeon. Neville hung back at Harry's bench, guilt etched on his freckled face. "I'm really sorry, Harry," he mumbled. "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been reprimanded." Harry gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder. "Don't worry about it. Even if you hadn't stirred the potion too soon, Snape would have found some other excuse to knock points off Gryffindor." Neville's lip quivered. "But I really did forget to let it cool properly. I just can't remember all his rules." "Just be more careful next time," Harry said with a shrug, as if it were the simplest thing in the world. Sherlock Holmes, leaning casually against the doorframe, stepped forward with a wry smile. "Honestly, Neville, you shouldn't lose sleep over Snape's arbitrary regulations. He'll pounce on anything. Potter, who told you to stir with your left hand? 10 points from Gryffindor." Ron immediately adopted his best sneer and mocked Snape's low, hissing tone so flawlessly that Harry and Hermione burst into laughter. Even Neville managed a small grin, though his shoulders were still slumped. Hermione knelt beside him, placing a gentle hand on his arm. "Don't worry, Neville. You'll earn those points straight back in Lockhart's class." Neville blinked, a glimmer of hope replacing his gloom. Hermione knew he would never let Lockhart's flashy lectures, or his own growing confidence, stand in the way of a chance to prove himself. By now, Professor Lockhart's defense against the dark arts class followed a predictable routine. As soon as the lesson began, he'd sweep into the room with a dazzling smile and launch straight into an account of his latest, or most daring, heroic exploit. Only after a prolonged round of self-congratulation would he finally call on the students to take turns reading aloud generous excerpts from his own books. Once the dramatic recitation was complete, he would announce the pièce de résistance, what he grandly called classic scene reenactment. It was enough to make every student feel utterly powerless. This was supposed to be Defense Against the Dark Arts, not a Hogwarts community theater production. Yet Lockhart was so enamored with this gimmick that he insisted on it every single class. And for reasons nobody could quite fathom, he reserved his greatest admiration and the plum villain roles for Neville Longbottom. In Lockhart's eyes, Neville was like a tame badger wandering into a pride of lions, mild-mannered, compliant, and blissfully free of any showboating ambitions. Assigning Neville the parts of werewolves, vampires, and specters allowed his awkward flailing to underscore Lockhart's own regal poise. Every time Neville stumbled through a scene, Lockhart beamed all the more, tossing Gryffindor points to the boy so generously that he easily outscored his record in herbology, Neville's supposed strongest subject. Sure, please provide the full chapter text you'd like me to revise, and I'll transform it into clear, natural English while retaining all key plot points and details. Chapter 185. Miss Hannah, please be gentler, Neville Longbottom whispered, wincing as the professor guided his wand hand through a particularly stubborn tangle of Devil's Snare. Neville's childhood had been unusual. From the moment he could toddle, he'd lived with his formidable grandmother. As a member of one of the Sacred 28 families, the Longbottoms had long been convinced he was a squib, born into magic but possessing no talent of his own. Only later did they discover that belief was dead wrong. Neville did have magic. It was simply reluctant to show itself. His early years at Hogwarts did little to inspire confidence. Neville was slow to react, his memory often failed him, and he was so painfully shy that he spent hours wondering if the Sorting Hat had made a terrible mistake by placing him in Gryffindor. He certainly never measured up to the school's stars, Harry, Ron, or Hermione, and wasn't even the equal of fellow first-years like Seamus or Dean. Neville's marks hovered just above the pass line in nearly every subject. Herbology was the one exception. The moment Professor Hannah, or Pomona Sprout, as most knew her, announced the subject, Neville felt a spark of excitement. Tending to plants, coaxing life from soil, he finally felt at home. It was the only class where his hands worked confidently, where he felt magic stir in him instead of slipping away. Today's lesson tested that confidence. As Miss Hannah adjusted his grip on the wand to help him extract a particularly resistant root from a potted Mimblelus Mimbletonia, Neville flinched. "I know it's delicate," she murmured, "but with care, you'll master it." Her fingers pressed firmly, guiding his movements. Neville took a steadying breath and tried again. The root finally came free, dropping softly into his hand. He glanced up at Miss Hannah, cheeks flushed. "Thank you," he said, voice small but genuine. She allowed herself a brief, approving smile. "Well done, Mr. Longbottom. Remember, magic, like the finest herb, responds best to patience and respect." As Neville carefully replanted the root in fluffed soil, he realized that, despite everything, he was exactly where he belonged, and in the quiet triumph of a successful herbology lesson, he found a glimmer of confidence he had never known before. He never would have imagined that someday he'd become one of Professor Lockhart's favorites, much less that the professor in question would be the flamboyant Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor. As the bell rang to start class, Lockhart launched into his now familiar three-part routine. First came the grand recounting of his latest daring exploits, vivid, breathless stories of dragon hunts and far-flung adventures. Then, in a sudden shift of tone, he quizzed the class on their reading from the textbook. Today's assigned chapter was Traveling with Trolls, and a handful of students fumbled to recite the key points. Finally, always the grand finale, came the dramatic reenactment. In full flourish, Lockhart scanned the room, beaming until his gaze alighted on Neville Longbottom. "You there, Neville. Perfect. You shall portray the fearsome troll I vanquished in Norway." Neville's face went pale for a moment, but he quickly recovered. He'd performed this scene more times than he could count, and his portrayal was so earnest that it never failed to delight the audience. With Neville cast as the troll, Lockhart called on a few Hufflepuffs to serve as bumbling bystanders in the background. Then, with a theatrical sweep of his robes, he signaled the start. Neville crept forward, arms swinging stiffly, while Lockhart himself, ever the heroic lead, demonstrated the defensive wand work that had supposedly sent the beast fleeing. When the scene ended, Lockhart offered a generous round of applause. Neville's performance had earned him not only laughter and cheers, but also a hefty pile of house points for Gryffindor. He beamed with pride, his admiration for Lockhart growing even stronger, second only to that of the dozen or so young witches who hung on every word the professor uttered. It was clear that in Lockhart's classes, theatrical flair and the promise of points trumped all else. The next half hour unfolded as a stage production that faithfully reenacted the troll attack episode from Lockhart's best-selling memoir. On a simple wooden platform painted to look like a sleepy mountain village, two young wizards in rough-spun tunics exchanged worried glances. "Oh no, the troll is coming!" one cried, clutching a prop lantern. "Quick, send for Mr. Lockhart," called another in a stage whisper. From the back of the village square, a third student stepped forward, chest puffed out. "Fear not, village chief. Gilderoy Lockhart, recipient of the third-class Order of Merlin, honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts League and five-time winner of Wizard Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, has arrived. A mere troll poses no threat to me." An uproar of mock relief greeted him. "We're so lucky you're here, Mr. Lockhart. You're simply too handsome. I want to have your babies," gushed the villagers. In the audience, however, most people were slumped in their seats or staring blankly, obviously fighting sleep, everyone except the cast and a handful of ardent Lockhart fans. On stage, the professor himself beamed with satisfaction, seemingly impervious to the yawns around him. "Excellent performance," he announced, sweeping his arm across the set. 10 points to every student who participated, and 30 points to Mr. Longbottom for that dramatic troll roar. A polite smattering of applause followed, more out of duty than excitement. "Now," Lockhart declared with a flourish, "prepare yourselves for a live demonstration of how I single-handedly defeated that troll." At once, every drowsy student snapped to attention, eyes wide and restless, finally awake at the promise of real action. All eyes in the classroom snapped to attention the moment Professor Lockhart stepped up to the podium. Despite his penchant for theatrics, reenacting every twist and turn of his best-selling memoirs, the students always stuck around until the end of Defense Against the Dark Arts. They knew that, no matter how fanciful his stories, Lockhart never failed to teach them some genuinely useful magic in his final moments. "Now everyone, listen closely," Lockhart announced, flashing his trademark grin. "Although Mr. Longbottom here looks as sturdy as a young troll, there is still a vast difference between us and the real thing. So first things first, Neville, cast a shield charm on yourself. I demonstrated it back in our Wandering with Werewolves lesson, remember?" Neville trembled slightly, but stepped forward, wand at the ready. He straightened his shoulders, whispered, "Protego," and flicked his wrist. The air shimmered, but the barrier never materialized. He tried again and again. Each time, the spell fizzled before it could form a protective shield. "Tsk, tsk, Mr. Longbottom," Lockhart tutted, his expression lightly reproachful. "That simply won't do. A shield charm is the most basic defense any witch or wizard should master. Let's review the proper incantation and wand movement. Every syllable and arc must be exact. Watch closely." He gestures with exaggerated precision, demonstrating the graceful swish and flick motion. The entire class leans forward, wands poised, as Neville watches and listens more carefully than ever before. If you'd been dueling a troll, you'd have been wiped out by now. Professor Lockhart shook his head in mild reproach. "I went over this in our last class, yet somehow you've forgotten everything. You didn't bother to practice afterward, did you?" Neville's shoulders slumped. I'm sorry, Professor," he stammered, eyes downcast. "I really did study, but—" "Save it," Lockhart interrupted, waving a perfectly manicured hand. "Miss Abbott, would you please demonstrate a shield charm on Mr. Longbottom?" Hannah Abbott, standing off to the side as a volunteer passerby, blinked in surprise. "Oh, yes, Professor." She stepped forward, wand in hand. Neville's eyes widened. "Hannah, be gentle, please." Hannah gave him a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, Neville. I've got you." Raising her wand, she spoke clearly. "Protego." A shimmering blue barrier burst from her wand tip, barreling straight at Neville. The shield wrapped around him like a cocoon, bouncing the force harmlessly away. "Excellent," Lockhart beamed. 10 points to Hufflepuff. "Now let me show you how I dealt with werewolves back in my day," Professor Lockhart announced, his chest puffed out in triumph. With dramatic flourish, he drew his wand and leveled it at Neville Longbottom. Instantly, every head in the classroom snapped toward them. Even the students in the back rows stood on tiptoe, eager to witness the next move. Neville, already pale, trembled so violently it was a struggle just to stay standing. Lockhart grinned broadly, clearly relishing the moment. "Stupefy," he cried. Neville squeezed his eyes shut, bracing himself. Only the stunning spell never connected. In a brilliant flash, the Stupefy rebounded off the invisible shield charm cast by Hannah Abbott. Lockhart had anticipated this. He'd instructed Hannah to protect Neville, and she'd done so perfectly. But no one, not even Lockhart, had expected the spell to ricochet so sharply. The deflected curse hurtled back and struck Hannah squarely in the chest, knocking the wind out of her with a muffled cry. A sudden flash of light filled the room. Hannah cried out sharply, "Ouch!" and collapsed to the floor, landing with a heavy thud. Silence fell instantly. Even Professor Gilderoy Lockhart looked momentarily stunned. This hadn't gone quite the way he'd planned. Recovering himself with a practiced flourish, he turned to face the class. "Everyone saw that, yes?" he began, voice bright and confident. "I deliberately held back the power of my charm so Miss Abbott's shield charm could withstand it. Even so, my magic is simply too vast, too inexhaustible for any young witch to contain. That, I'm afraid, is why Miss Abbott has fainted." At this declaration, Lockhart's entourage of admirers erupted into cheers. They were accustomed to his self-promotion, but even they were impressed by such a display. Meanwhile, poor Hannah still lay unconscious on the dais, untouched by applause, as the rest of the class buzzed with excitement. Professor Lockhart beamed at the class's reaction, cleared his throat, and went on. "In fact, facing a troll isn't all that different from what we're doing right now. Your magic alone isn't strong enough, and trolls possess a fair degree of magical resistance. Simply firing off a Stupefy to defeat one isn't realistic. When I battled that troll years ago, I hit the same roadblock. By the way, the shield charm itself doesn't glow. The brief flash you saw was merely the light reflecting off the deflected Stupefy. But that's a side note. What really matters is that I'm about to demonstrate how I overcame a troll under those very circumstances." He pointed his wand at Hannah Abbott, who lay sprawled on the floor. "Renervate." A jet of red light struck Hannah. With a startled gasp, she sprang to her feet. Amid a chorus of exclamations from her classmates, she dusted herself off and scrambled safely to the edge of the dueling platform. "That was too close," she muttered, still catching her breath, unaware of when she'd lost consciousness. Once Hannah was in position, Professor Lockhart swept his wand through the air again. "Accio desk!" With a soft whoosh, Neville Longbottom's desk hurtled forward as if gripped by an invisible hand, its wooden legs scrabbling against the floor before settling with a dull thud. Lockhart turned to the class, sweeping his free hand in a grand arc. "Now, everyone, please, absolute silence. What you're about to see is a true classic." He drew out the moment, lifting his wand slowly so that the light gleamed off its polished surface. His fingertips trembled ever so slightly, as though drawing in every particle of magic around him. The entire classroom fell silent. You could hear the students' breaths, shallow and expectant. Then, in a single lightning-swift motion, Lockhart brought his wand down. "Reduco!" A crackling surge of force erupted from the tip, blasting the desk apart in an explosive roar of splintering wood. Paper scraps and broken splinters flew like confetti across the front row. Even seasoned witches and wizards would think twice before challenging the Reduco charm. Its destructive power far exceeded that of a standard Stupefy. It demolished obstacles instantly, as though they'd never existed. A collective gasp rose from the students. From the back of the room, Sherlock's dark eyes flickered with interest, studying Lockhart's flourish as the dust settled. The demonstration was over, and the lesson had only just begun. Professor Lockhart had indeed used that very charm against trolls in his book, but demonstrating it in class was surely beyond the curriculum. Neville's face drained of color, and his lips began to tremble. First, his eyes flew open in terror. Then, with a quiver of long eyelashes, he slammed them shut. In a desperate flash of instinct, he raised his wand, still unseen behind closed lids, and stammered, "Protego." A faint blue glow sparked at the wand's tip, coalescing into an invisible barrier before him. It was a remarkable success. Neville had actually produced the shield charm. Professor Lockhart's eyes widened in genuine surprise. Before Neville could catch his breath, Lockhart swept his own wand forward, uttering the reducto charm. A bolt of red magic hurtled straight for Neville's shield. Chapter 186. No foreplay. Just get straight to the point. Professor Lockhart's blasting charm rocketed toward Neville, and the second year's hastily erected shield shattered almost instantly. Against the power of an adult wizard, Neville's feeble barrier stood no chance. Fortunately, the oxiotrap he'd set just moments before sprang to life at the perfect instant. A deafening boom shook the classroom to its foundations. The spell slammed into Neville's desk, reducing it to flying splinters and a cloud of dust that swirled like snowflakes in the air. Acrid smoke filled the room, lingering in students' throats and ears long after the noise died down. When the haze finally cleared, every eye was fixed on Neville. He sat amid the wreckage, coated in gray ash, wood chips tangled in his dark hair, and his robes streaked with dust. He looked utterly disheveled and utterly unbowed. Neville stood frozen, confusion and terror warring in his wide eyes, as if he still couldn't believe what had just happened. The heavy oak desk he'd used as a shield lay in ruins at his feet, nothing but a fine, dusty heap on the floor. Across the classroom, students gaped in stunned silence, mouths agape, breaths held. It felt as though you could hear every heartbeat. Only then did Neville's legs give out. With a hollow thud, he collapsed to his knees on the dais. His wand slipped from his fingers and skittered across the wood. Not a single student laughed. Had that blasting charm struck Neville instead of the desk, there'd be nothing left of him but smoldering ashes. Professor Lockhart stepped forward, eyes gleaming with triumph. "Observe, everyone. That," he declared, gesturing at the ruined desk, "is the very blasting charm I used to fell the mountain troll single-handedly. Even something of its size couldn't withstand a wizard of my caliber," Professor Lockhart declared triumphantly. Defeat was its only fate. He turned on his heel, the soft folds of his periwinkle robes swishing around him, and offered the class a low, graceful bow. A fresh wave of applause broke out, not the polite kind, but genuine, awestruck clapping that echoed off the stone walls. "I trust you all see the true power of the stunning spell now," he continued, spreading his arms wide. "Just imagine if I directed that charm at Neville Longbottom instead." Neville's face went pale. He hugged himself and shivered as every eye in the room swung toward him. Lockhart chuckled, clearly pleased. "Mind you, a troll's hide is far tougher than this humble desk," he added, gesturing toward the splintered wood that lay scattered at his feet. "Even a dueling master, such as I, would need more than one stunning spell to fell such a beast. If you're curious about how I handled it, please refer to my published works." He paused, letting the murmurs of excitement settle. "Well then, that wraps up today's lesson. Oh, I nearly forgot." With a flourish, Lockhart raised his wand, the tip glowing faintly in anticipation. Broken wooden planks and splintered desk legs whirled back into place as though guided by invisible hands, instantly restoring every desk to its flawless original form. The classroom erupted in rapturous applause. The younger witches, in particular, watched with sparkling eyes, utterly mesmerized, star-struck admirers overflowing with awe. Professor Lockhart, long dismissed by some as all show and no substance, had now silenced his critics, dazzling them with one spectacular demonstration after another. At the clear peal of the dismissal bell, Lockhart strode from the room like a triumphant hero, face aglow with pride, flanked by a gaggle of giggling students who clustered around him like moths to a flame. Meanwhile, the rest of the class converged on Neville. He found himself at the center of a circling huddle, awkwardly scratching the back of his neck as eager voices bombarded him with questions about how he'd felt during the lesson. Neville's cheeks flamed red, and he stammered out his honest answer. I've never seen anything like it," he managed, his voice trembling with excitement. "It was incredible." As Lockhart reached the most dramatic moments of his demonstration, he swept his arms wide, punctuating each flourish with theatrical flair. A ripple of ohs and ahs spread through the classroom, everyone but Ron Weasley, that is. He stood at the edge of the group, brow deeply furrowed, looking less than impressed. "I just don't get it," Ron muttered under his breath. His tone had hardened, even his usual accent sounding sharper, laced with frustration. I'll say Professor Lockhart's talents are undeniable, he continued. But why does he have to turn the entire lesson into a three-ring circus first? Why can't he skip the pomp and get straight to the spell? Seamus Finnegan, standing beside Ron, shook his head. Exactly. If he dropped all this pointless showboating, he could easily be in contention for Hogwarts' best professor. Parvati Patil bristled at their complaints. She crossed her arms and squared her shoulders, eyes flashing. You're both missing the point, she said. Professor Lockhart isn't just performing for the sake of it. He's drawing us in, making the magic come alive. Remember what he told us at the start of term? He wants us to experience these spells, not just memorize them from a textbook. Ron and Seamus exchanged doubtful looks, but Parvati stood firm in her defense. As Lockhart concluded his flourish with a triumphant smile, the three of them, skepticism and enthusiasm alike, settled into their seats, ready to see whether the next lesson's magic would win them over. Professor Lockhart's eyes gleamed as he paced in front of the group. The only way to truly bring your character to life is to throw yourself into the part. If you don't believe me, look at Longbottom. He went from bumbling to brilliant in no time. Parvati Patil crossed her arms. Honestly, Neville was doing great long before you arrived, Professor. Seamus Finnegan snorted. Acting alongside Gilderoy Lockhart, and you're not excited? Plenty of students would kill for the chance. Parvati's lip curled. Kill for it? You really think hobnobbing with Lockhart is something to brag about? That's just little girl stuff. Little girl? Seamus bristled. Watch your mouth. Remember, the top student in our year is a girl, too. Their bickering drew cheers and jeers from the other students. A handful nodded at Seamus's taunts. Others called out encouragement for Parvati. And true to form, Ron Weasley could not resist fueling the fire. Way to go, Seamus. You've even mingled with goblins. Show us what you've got. Parvati, don't let down your sister Padma and Ravenclaw. Lockhart's counting on you. Harry Potter, standing off to one side, shook his head in exasperation. He nudged the man beside him, Sherlock Holmes, who had been watching the commotion in silence. Well, Harry said, what do you make of this? Whenever I'm stumped, I just ask Sherlock. Sherlock sat at his desk, watching Professor Lockhart's every move, from the opening fanfare of his theatrics, which most of the class found tedious, to the final flourish of his wand. When Harry nudged him with a question, Sherlock calmly snapped his quill case shut and replied, Lockhart spends about 2/3, maybe even 3/4 of each lesson on showmanship. The remaining 15 or 20 minutes, if you're lucky, are devoted to actual instruction. Judging by how he paces his class and by how eagerly he leaps into the spotlight, it's clear he cares far more about performance than teaching. The practical magic we all came here to learn is, for him, just an afterthought. But that practical stuff is exactly what we need, Harry burst out. If Lockhart didn't bother teaching us real spells at the end, none of us would tolerate that ridiculous self-promotion. We'd walk out on him. A ripple of agreement ran through the Gryffindor table, all except for a few starstruck girls, among them Hermione Granger, who trailed after Lockhart like moths to a flame. Hermione's eyes still sparkled with admiration as she gathered the last crumbs of praise from the professor's swaggering farewell. Sherlock sighed and turned his gaze back to his parchment, wishing the rest of the term would deliver less drama and more magic. My dear Harry, once again you've missed something, Sherlock said, a faint smile playing at his lips. There's no doubt our defense against the dark arts professor is skilled, he continued, but he cares more about his dazzling reputation and, more importantly, the profits that come with it. Harry's eyes widened. Profits? Sherlock leaned closer. Do you remember how fast he had those textbooks torn up in our first class? I noticed then that Lockhart's smile turned almost predatory the instant the pages ripped. It was only for a heartbeat, but the triumph in his eyes was unmistakable. Harry nodded slowly, brow furrowing. I do remember. Back then I thought it was odd, almost irrational. What kind of teacher would be delighted to shred students' textbooks? From the point of view of any normal instructor, it makes no sense at all. Sherlock turned to Harry, his eyes gleaming. But what if you stop thinking of him as a teacher and start thinking of him as a shrewd businessman? Harry paused. Then his expression shifted from confusion to sudden understanding. Textbooks are essential for learning magic. If he ruins a student's copy, that student has no choice but to buy a new one, and each sale lines the pockets of the professor-author. Sherlock nodded, a sly smile curling his lips. Exactly. Right after our first class, Lockhart was practically prowling around, looking for anyone whose book had been accidentally damaged. Harry's eyes widened. What did he do when he found them? He seized the opportunity to offer his own complete set of textbooks at a 30% discount, Sherlock explained. Harry's face lit up. Of course, nobody complains about a bargain. They feel lucky to save a bit of money and thank him for it. Bingo, Sherlock said. That, my friend, is his grand little scheme. After all this time studying together, Sherlock began, you're finally putting deductive reasoning to work. And here's what I've concluded. Professor Lockhart isn't really interested in teaching the material. His instruction is just for show. What he cares about is fame and profit, using this class to elevate his own reputation. Harry's eyes widened in realization. So, Professor Lockhart was really like that? Sherlock held Harry's gaze for a few seconds, then fell silent. He'd already uncovered further irregularities, but without hard evidence, he wasn't ready to share his suspicions. For now, his plan was clear. Gather proof before drawing any more conclusions. Chapter 187. I don't have that thing. Professor Phileas Flitwick's Ravenclaw office was a comforting hive of activity. Stacks of parchment assignments towered on his desk, and the magical chandelier overhead cast a warm, golden glow that made the room feel snug. Every shelf was crammed with ancient tomes of magic. Now and then one of the volumes would murmur softly, as if sharing secrets with its neighbors. Flitwick rubbed his tired eyes. He was just considering a quick trip to Snape's dungeon for an invigorating potion when a crisp knock at the door shattered the peaceful hush. "Come in," he called, waving his wand without lifting his gaze. The door creaked open on its own. Only then did he glance up and startle. When he recognized the visitor, he hurriedly swept aside the scrolls on his desk. "Sherlock, goodness me, what brings you here? Is there a new case?" Standing in the doorway was Sherlock, clad in a perfectly tailored wizard's robe with his collar turned up. His hair was slightly tousled, and that familiar, razor-sharp light shone in his eyes. Flitwick pushed his papers aside and rose to greet him. "Please come in. Tell me everything." With Professor Flitwick's permission, Sherlock stepped into the Ravenclaw Dean's office. He cast a quick, expert glance around the room. Nothing looked different from his last visit. Indeed, the professor had long since ceased to be surprised by Sherlock's arrival. With the detective's talents, bypassing the Ravenclaw knocker was child's play. Spotting Sherlock, Flitwick sprang down from his lofty, carved chair and instantly appeared dwarfed by the intruder. Realizing his error, the tiny professor wordlessly hopped back up, restoring his usual height in under 3 seconds. Clearing his throat, he nodded toward the chair opposite him. "Please, have a seat." Sherlock settled in. Now truly eye-to-eye with the professor, Flitwick's smile grew wider. Unperturbed by his host's height obsession, Sherlock got straight to the point. "Professor, I promise I'm not here about a case." "I heard that Professor Lockhart graduated from Ravenclaw," Sherlock began, inclining his head slightly. "So I wanted to ask you a few things about him." Flitwick looked up from the parchment he'd been studying, one eyebrow arching in curiosity. "Gilderoy Lockhart? What makes you ask about him all of a sudden?" Sherlock's dark eyes flickered. "His performance in Defense Against the Dark Arts. I've seen enough to conclude that he isn't really here to teach." For a moment, Flitwick's lips parted in surprise. Then he nodded, steepling his fingers. "I understand. Very well. What would you like to know?" Sherlock leaned forward. "Everything. Every scrap of information you have on him." Professor Flitwick laughed, not in astonishment, but in good-natured amusement. "You're a curious one, aren't you? All right, I'll tell you." He regarded Sherlock with fondness. He couldn't help but lament that this bright, perceptive boy wasn't a Ravenclaw. Such keen intelligence and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. What a shame it was too late to welcome him into the fold. Yet the past could not be changed, and so here they sat, ready to delve into the true story behind the man called Gilderoy Lockhart. Sherlock, despite being sorted into Gryffindor, was nothing if not thorough in fulfilling his duties. He had agreed to Professor Flitwick's request without hesitation, and now the little charms professor fell silent, his eyes distant in memory. Sherlock waited patiently, giving him all the room he needed. After a few moments, Flitwick spoke again, his voice soft with unguarded feeling. Gilderoy Lockhart was an extraordinarily gifted student, a true prodigy. Sherlock remained still, sensing that the story was important. Flitwick sighed, folding his hands as though to steady himself. Lockhart is a half-blood wizard. His mother is a witch and his father a muggle. He also has 2 older sisters, both non-magical. From his earliest days, he enjoyed every advantage, his father's striking looks and his mother's innate magical talent. His sisters, by contrast, had no gift for magic. Naturally, his mother spoiled him, entirely without restraint. Under such constant indulgence, it was almost inevitable that he grew proud, even vain. Sherlock inclined his head. Family background can shape a child in profound ways, he thought, just as the Dursleys spoiled Dudley to the point of absurdity, while Harry, against all odds, remained humble. Flitwick nodded at Sherlock's silent understanding. Precisely, and that mixture of brilliance and arrogance, it defined Lockhart long before he ever picked up his first quill. It's nothing short of a miracle that Harry, raised under such trying conditions, retained his pure-hearted nature instead of growing bitter and vengeful. The year Lockhart received his Hogwarts letter, Professor Flitwick continued, I had only just been appointed Dean of Ravenclaw. He paused for a moment, then chuckled. Sherlock, did you know that Lockhart nearly became a hat stall? A hat stall? Sherlock's eyes flicked up, instantly piecing together the implications. Exactly, a hat stall, when the Sorting Hat can't decide between 2 houses for more than 5 minutes. He almost ended up somewhere other than Ravenclaw. You're always so quick, Flitwick praised, nodding at Sherlock's deduction. Let me tell you what happened. When Gilderoy first arrived in Ravenclaw, he expected to be the star, just as he was back in the Muggle world. But Hogwarts is different. It gathers the most promising young witches and wizards from all over Britain and Ireland. In that crowd, Lockhart simply wasn't the most remarkable student, and it left him and his mother more than a little disappointed. Professor Flitwick settled into his armchair, the faint glow of floating amber lights casting soft shadows across his office. Sherlock Holmes sat opposite him, hands folded, eyes keenly watching the little professor. From what I observed, Flitwick began, adjusting his spectacles, Gilderoy Lockhart's magical talent never quite measured up to yours or Miss Granger's, but it was still superior to most of his year. Academically, he was sharp enough to coast by on pure intellect and score good marks with minimal effort. His real flaw, however, was opportunism. If an effort wouldn't earn him the most dazzling praise, he simply wouldn't bother. Every teacher who worked with him, myself included, knew that if he truly applied himself, he could accomplish something noteworthy. It just wouldn't be on the outlandish scale he always promised. The professor's shoulders slumped, and a note of regret softened his voice. That brings me to my next question. What exactly did he claim? Sherlock leaned forward, curiosity flickering in his gaze. You're actually curious about that? Flitwick's eyes widened in mild astonishment. Professor Holmes, I did say I wanted every scrap of information. Very well, Sherlock said, nodding. He turned his attention back to Flitwick, inviting him to continue. Flitwick allowed himself a rueful smile. Lockhart once told his classmates that before he graduated, he would forge a genuine philosopher's stone, and as if that weren't enough, he bragged he would lead the English Quidditch team to World Cup victory. A silence followed, broken only by the soft hum of enchanted candles. Sherlock sat back, absorbing the confession, while Flitwick stared at his desk, as though seeing Lockhart's grandiose boasts for the first time. He even claimed that once he graduated, he'd become the youngest minister for magic in Britain. Sherlock raised an eyebrow, his expression flat. Professor Flitwick chuckled at the sight. Honestly, I'm convinced the Sorting Hat should have sent Gilderoy Lockhart to Slytherin. The lad was obsessed with attention and awards. First, he petitioned Professor Dumbledore to start a school newspaper, purely so his name would appear in print. When Dumbledore refused, Lockhart escalated his stunts. He magically carved his name in 20-foot-high letters across the Quidditch pitch, earned himself a week's detention for that. Then he summoned his own portrait into the night sky, Darkmark style. more house point deductions, and even more detention. And if that wasn't enough, he ordered 800 valentines addressed to himself, filling the great hall with owl droppings and feathers so thick no one could eat breakfast. Flitwick grinned. Those are just a few of his more memorable escapades at Hogwarts. After hearing Professor Flitwick's account, Sherlock finally understood why the other professors had exchanged such wary glances when Gilderoy Lockhart first arrived. Where there's smoke, there's usually fire. Flitwick's genial smile faded, replaced by a puzzled frown. What baffles me most, he admitted, is exactly how Lockhart managed to claim those roles. In his 5th year, nobody knew his method, yet he somehow persuaded the acting prefect to come to me and formally surrender the prefecture in his favor. You must appreciate how significant a prefect's badge is at Hogwarts. It requires not only top marks, but also proven leadership and impeccable character. Normally, it's awarded only after several rounds of selection and intense competition, but he made it look effortless. Then, in his 7th year, he pulled off the same stunt, convincing the sitting head boy to hand over his title. Both incidents sparked a huge stir in the school, and though everyone speculated wildly about his tricks, no one ever uncovered the real story. Honestly, I even suspected he might have Vila blood, Sherlock admitted. Professor Flitwick's eyebrows shot up, his confusion deepening. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Heh, really? Sherlock offered a small, knowing smile, but remained silent. He could have confirmed or denied both rumors in an instant, but he simply didn't care to. In any case, when he finally left Hogwarts, we all breathed a collective sigh of relief. He went on to become a moderately successful author, traveling the world and visiting every exotic locale he could find. With each new adventure, his fame only grew until he emerged as one of the wizarding world's brightest stars, so much so that he was eventually awarded the Order of Merlin, 3rd class. Flitwick paused mid-sentence, then piped up with unexpected emphasis. You know, I don't even have that. Sherlock's expression remained unchanged, but he sensed the twinge of resentment in the professor's voice. Stepping for a moment into Flitwick's shoes, he recognized the source of that bitterness. A former student had surpassed him, not only matching him as a colleague, but also claiming an honor the professor had never earned. The irony was almost too perfect. Professor Flitwick paused, tapping his wand against the arm of his chair as he gathered his thoughts. After the Quirrell affair, the Defense Against the Dark Arts post opened up once more, and somewhat surprisingly, Dumbledore chose Gilderoy Lockhart. Now, I won't deny that Lockhart has an impressive resume, dozens of best-selling tomes, daring exploits in far-flung jungles, but many of us, myself included, remembered him as an unremarkable student. At the time, I assumed Dumbledore picked him simply because no better candidate was available. In hindsight, however, I may have been too quick to judge. You're right when you say that Lockhart thirsts for fame and perhaps even harbors less than noble intentions for teaching here. Yet if he can equip our students with genuine defensive skills, he's earned his place in the classroom. Sherlock Holmes sat back in his chair, fingers steepled beneath his chin, regarding Professor Flitwick with keen interest. After a long moment of silence, he finally spoke. If Lockhart can teach our students to defend themselves, does it truly matter why he's here? Flitwick's eyes softened, and for an instant a distant sadness flickered behind his usual cheerful gaze. At Hogwarts, everyone carries secrets, he whispered, as though sharing a confidence. Then, abruptly, he straightened, the melancholy banished as quickly as it had appeared. But let us hope that, in the end, it's the safety of our children that matters most. Sherlock remained motionless for a heartbeat before folding his hands behind his back and rising from the chair. You're heading off already? Professor Flitwick looked up, startled. Oh, yes, of course. Your insights were invaluable, Professor Holmes. Thank you. Sherlock inclined his head in acknowledgement and slipped out of the office. Flitwick gave a soft chuckle as the door clicked shut. That boy, truly. He shook his head, then returned to the towering stack of parchment on his desk. Once in the corridor, Sherlock paused to organize his notes. Professor Flitwick's profile of Gilderoy Lockhart painted him as an exceptionally gifted wizard, hungry for the spotlight and astonishingly practical in his pursuits. Academically, he'd excelled, though his brash methods had sparked more than one scandal. After graduation, he'd toured the globe, amassing tales of daring exploits before making a spectacular return to Hogwarts. Sherlock allowed himself a faint smile. No wonder the Sorting Hat had nearly placed him in Slytherin. Flitwick's offhand warning not to probe too deeply into Lockhart's past didn't bother him in the least. After all, uncovering secrets was exactly what Sherlock Holmes did best. Sherlock reminded himself that results mattered far more than hidden motives. If Gilderoy Lockhart could genuinely teach the class valuable magical skills, then impure intentions were of secondary importance. Professor Flitwick's account had even offered a plausible explanation for the unease Sherlock had sensed in Lockhart, a conflict between lofty ideals and the messy realities of teaching young witches and wizards. Yet despite Flitwick's reassurances, Sherlock still harbored doubts. The most striking was Lockhart's inconsistent command of magic. Between the first lesson and today's class, Lockhart's proficiency with charms had noticeably improved. By now, most of the school speculated that he deliberately held back in that initial session, but Sherlock had watched Lockhart's every move. When the pixies first erupted from their cage, the panic on Lockhart's face had been genuine, not an act. And rather than resorting to his most powerful spells, Lockhart had repeatedly fallen back on Pescapixie Pesternomi, a self-invented incantation that produced no effect on the rampaging pixies. Something about that choice told Sherlock everything he needed to know. Lockhart preferred showmanship over substance. He was loath to deploy truly effective charms, even when the situation demanded them. If Lockhart was going to earn the students' trust, and Sherlock's, he'd have to learn to face this reality of teaching, rather than hiding behind clever routines and empty flourishes. Every time Professor Lockhart taught defense against the dark arts, he visibly recoiled whenever the class practiced practical charms. His discomfort only melted away once the spell succeeded. But because everyone's eyes were trained on the magical effect, nobody seemed to notice his odd reactions. Sherlock drifted through the castle corridors, his mind racing with theories about Lockhart's secret unease. When he finally snapped back to reality, he realized he had wandered all the way out of Hogwarts. In fact, he was standing at the school gate. What astounded him even more was that not a single student, teacher, or enchanted portrait had registered his passage. He'd slipped past them as though cloaked in perfect invisibility. It dawned on him that even in his semi-trance, his innate talent for stealth had taken over. At this point, he was literally outside the gates, so he simply continued forward. This was the very spot where they had arrived at the start of term, Sherlock alone able to see the creatures yoked to the carriage wheels, while everyone else gawked at the fine horses. Lost in recollection, he stopped short. Parked directly in front of the school gate was a lone carriage, its lanterns softly glowing in the dusk light, its horses still tensed as if waiting. Sherlock's curiosity flared. What was it doing here, and who might be inside? Still hitched to the carriage shafts were those invisible beasts, magical creatures imperceptible to ordinary eyes. Beside them stood a girl of peculiar bearing. From Sherlock's vantage point, he saw only her back, dark golden-brown hair spilling over radish-shaped earrings. His extraordinary observational skills picked out a strangely shaped pendant at her throat and the slender curve of a wand tucked behind her left ear. Even without seeing her face, she exuded an uncanny air. What truly held Sherlock's attention, however, was her hand, gently stroking the creature's flank. Clearly, she too could perceive what all others could not. He'd already researched these beings, Thestrals, the mysterious winged horses of Hogwarts's Forbidden Forest. With dragon-like heads, equine bodies, and leathery black wings, their origin remained one of magic's enduring enigmas. The creature's eyes were a ghostly silver white, pupilless and unblinking. Its massive, horse-like body was all bone and sinew. Gray fur stretched taut over every rib and vertebra. On the first day of school, torrential rain and his eagerness to get to the opening ceremony had kept Sherlock from examining it closely. Now, under the clear morning sky, he could see its ribs protruding, its long black tail dragging across the grass, and the leathery wings folded against the bony ridges of its back. "You see it too, don't you?" Sherlock barely had time to startle. This was the second surprise the girl had sprung on him today, and he prided himself on his stealth. The fact that she'd spoken out at all was proof enough. Sherlock was convinced no one had even sensed him standing there. Yet in less than a minute, she'd not only become aware of his presence, but had also revealed that she could see thestrals, creatures invisible to nearly everyone else. He'd only registered her words when she pivoted on her heel and met his gaze. Curious admiration flickered in her dark eyes. Sherlock leaned forward, eager to test this unexpected ally. "Yes," he replied softly, "I can see it." He'd only caught a glimpse of her dark golden-brown hair from behind, but now he took in the rest at once. Pale, almost translucent skin, eyebrows so fair they were nearly invisible, and strangely prominent silver eyes that gazed at him with a vacant, unfocused stare. He spotted her radish-shaped earrings again, and for the first time the necklace of beer bottle caps hanging around her neck. The instant he registered her face, Sherlock's eyes brightened with recognition. He'd seen her somewhere, he was sure of it. At the same moment, the girl's empty expression sharpened into sudden clarity. "You're Sherlock Holmes," she said, almost breathless. "I know you." She spoke his name so confidently that Sherlock couldn't help the small, pleased smile tugging at his lips. "And I know you," he replied slowly, drawing on his memory attic, his mental Rolodex of every detail he'd ever observed. First-year Ravenclaw, correct? She'd been born into a wizarding family, her mother having died when she was very young. Raised solely by her father as an only child, she spent most of her days lost in books. Yet when Sherlock Holmes listed these facts with uncanny precision, she cocked her head, blinked, and asked, "You don't even know my name. How do you know all that?" Sherlock regarded her with cool detachment. "I'm afraid I've forgotten your name." Her blue eyes widened in genuine surprise. Then she laughed, a light, lilting sound. "Of course, you're Sherlock Holmes. It makes perfect sense that you'd recall every trivial detail about me, but not my name." Smiling at her eccentric frankness, Sherlock leaned forward. "Well then, what is your name?" She settled herself comfortably, fixing him with a steady gaze. "Luna Lovegood. You may call me Luna, and may I call you Sherlock?" "By all means," he replied quietly. Luna's eyes brightened. "I've always thought that exceptional intelligence is humanity's greatest treasure, don't you?" Sherlock considered her and shook his head ever so slightly. "Intelligence is undoubtedly valuable, but it isn't our only asset. Courage, kindness, and loyalty, these virtues are just as vital as intellect. More often than not, they tell you more about a person's true worth than raw cleverness." Luna Lovegood tilted her head, her silvery hair falling over one shoulder as she regarded Sherlock Holmes. Though they'd only just met, their conversation flowed with the ease of old friends, and neither of them felt an ounce of surprise at that. "You've heard of me before," Sherlock said quietly, "but from whom? Head girl Penelope? Cho Chang? The Petals?" Luna's pale eyes brightened. "It was head girl Penelope and Ginny Weasley, too." Sherlock offered a faint, intrigued smile. "Ginny Weasley, unexpected." Luna chuckled softly. "Some students think I'm a bit peculiar. A few even called me Loony Lovegood. Ginny put a stop to it, and now we're good friends. Though between us, I don't entirely mind the name." He nodded thoughtfully. "I wouldn't call myself normal either, but that's beside the point. How did you find me just now?" Luna's lips curved in a gentle smile. "It wasn't difficult. I've been looking for someone who notices the unusual, the little details everyone else overlooks. Once I sensed that in you, I knew exactly where to look." They shared a quiet moment, each absorbing the other's unspoken understanding. In that instant, Sherlock and Luna both knew this unexpected meeting was just the beginning of something extraordinary. Outside the gates of Hogwarts, Sherlock and Luna regarded each other in silence for a moment before Luna spoke. "You're all tangled up with rackspurts," she said softly. Sherlock raised an eyebrow. "Rackspurts?" Luna nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "They're invisible creatures that float into your ears and make your thoughts go fuzzy." She waved her hands in the air, as though shooing away enormous unseen moths. Sherlock couldn't help but smile. He'd committed fantastic beasts and where to find them to memory, twice over, in fact, and yet rackspurts were nowhere to be found. He ran a silent search through his mind palace, then flicked through dusty notes from the Hogwarts library he'd collected over the last 2 years. No mention of these peculiar pests. Luna didn't seem surprised by his interest. She simply turned her attention back to the thestral beside her, stroking its sleek, shadowy flank with gentle fingers, as though that was the most ordinary thing in the world. Luna ran a pale hand along the ragged edge of the creature's wing, her silvery hair catching the light as she turned to Sherlock. "You've seen death before, haven't you?" she asked softly. "Evidently," he replied without hesitation. Luna's wide gray eyes, orbs that always seemed to look through you, narrowed in thought. "Lots of people claim thestrals bring terrible misfortune to anyone who sees them. What do you make of it?" She held his gaze so steadily that most would have felt uneasy, but Sherlock's face remained perfectly composed. "Evidence," he said simply. "Pardon?" Luna tilted her head, as if surprised he'd misunderstood. "I said evidence," Sherlock repeated. "Any assertion, no matter how popular, requires solid proof before it can be accepted." He shifted his attention to the thestral silently grazing behind Luna. The creature's skeletal head dipped slightly in acknowledgement as Sherlock spoke again, his tone brisk and certain. "So far, there is no credible evidence linking these beasts to bad luck. In the absence of proof, I regard such tales as mere rumor. In fact, according to both Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them and the official Hogwarts Library archives, thestrals possess remarkable intelligence, and once they're tamed, they form a lifelong bond with their rider. They won't stray from those they trust. Moreover, they have an extraordinary sense of direction. Tell them your destination, and they will carry you there without fail. With their incredible speed, thestrals could, I'm convinced, entirely replace broomsticks as a wizard's primary mode of travel. They require no constant effort from the rider, conserve one's magical and physical stamina, and yet here they are, soaring effortlessly above the grounds. What puzzles me most, though, is how Hogwarts succeeded in taming these formidable creatures for everyday use. Sherlock stepped forward and fell in beside Luna as she stood before a thestral. He reached out and placed a steady hand on its cool skeletal neck. To him, it felt no different from stroking a horse, solid muscle under a thin, leathery hide. That at least was expected. What surprised him was the thestral's reaction. The moment it realized that both Luna and he could see it, and that they dared to touch it, its slender neck jerked back in alarm. "Look," Luna said softly, watching the beast shrink away. "It's frightened." Sherlock drew back his hand and quirked an eyebrow. "Why would that be?" "Because," Luna explained, her voice calm and certain, "this creature is used to being invisible to everyone else. Suddenly, two people can see it, and even lay hands on it. It's startling." She tilted her head, her silvery hair catching the afternoon light, and fixed Sherlock with a curious gaze. "Now that you've seen one up close, what else would you like to know?" "Go on," Sherlock prompted, folding his arms as Luna hesitated. She glanced at him, curiosity shining in her wide eyes. "You've been different from the way Ginny described you." He raised an eyebrow. "Different how?" Luna shrugged, Ged tucking a strand of silvery hair behind her ear. "She said that, even though you're her brother's closest friend, people find you unusual." "I prefer unconventional," he replied with a faint smile. Luna grinned. "Unconventional's fine, but honestly, I think you're perfectly ordinary." Sherlock allowed himself a small chuckle. "I'll take that as a compliment." After a moment's pause, Luna's expression grew thoughtful. "Can I ask you something else? What did it feel like the first time you saw death?" "They say only those who've witnessed death can see thestrals, but I know people who have and still can't see them." "That old saying isn't quite right," Sherlock said quietly. "How should it go, then?" He met her gaze. "It's not enough to witness someone dying. You have to truly grasp what death means, the finality of it, before a thestral will reveal itself to you. In that sense, seeing a thestral is less a mark of misfortune and more an indication of understanding." Luna absorbed his words, her brow furrowing as she let the meaning sink in. The tree branches overhead whispered in the evening breeze, and for the first time she saw the strange horses of shadowed bone in a new light. Something clicked inside her, and she fell silent, lost in thought, finally realizing what it truly meant to comprehend the silence of death. Luna paused, remembering the day her mother died. She had been only 9 when a spell experiment went horribly wrong, and her mother was lost forever. From that moment on, Luna had grown up entirely in her father's care, and with an early, unshakable understanding of what death meant. She blinked, coming back to the present. She had meant to press Sherlock Holmes with another question, but when she looked up, he was gone. The space beside her was empty. Sherlock had slipped away without a word. Luna gave a small, untroubled smile, as though she half expected it. She moved over to the thestral grazing nearby, its onyx coat gleaming in the fading light, and reached out to stroke its sleek neck. "Mr. Holmes," she mused softly, "you are not just an odd fellow, you're endlessly fascinating." Sherlock had slipped away for a simple reason. He'd recognized the far-off look in Luna's eyes, the same intense reverie he himself sometimes fell into, and he knew better than to interrupt it. He'd already lingered long enough beyond Hogwarts's gates. With business waiting inside the castle, he'd quietly retraced his steps and vanished into the dusk. Meanwhile, Harry Potter was far from idle. For tonight, at last, the man he had been searching for had appeared. Oliver Wood, Gryffindor's Quidditch captain, was a compact, muscular fellow, and a complete Quidditch fanatic. Since the term began, Harry had been tagging along with Sherlock for their early morning workouts. But on this particular Saturday, Wood showed up before either of them had a chance to slip out of the dormitory and shook Harry awake himself. "Sherlock, why is Oliver here so early?" Harry muttered, squinting blearily at his roommate. The moment he spotted Wood, Harry sat bolt upright. What on earth was going on? Had the other houses already kicked off their training? Was even the captain turning to Sherlock for boxing lessons? He'd leapt to the wrong conclusion. Wood wasn't there for Sherlock at all. He was there for Harry. "We're starting Quidditch practice dawn to dusk," Wood announced, voice bright with enthusiasm. "New training plan. Got to be the first team up and ready." Harry stifled a yawn and swung his legs over the side of the bed. Despite his weariness, he obeyed. After all, he still carried the sting of last year's final, convinced he'd been the one to let the team down. If early mornings were what it took to make up for it, so be it. Sherlock had always wanted to prove his worth to the team, and now that the opportunity was finally here, he was determined not to let it slip by. "Holmes, you're really not going to join us?" Harry called, rummaging through his trunk for the house uniform. Sherlock looked up to find Captain Wood watching him with bright, hopeful eyes. "With your flying skills," Wood said, "if you suited up on defense for our side, the entire front line would be." "Absolutely flawless," Sherlock finished, a faint smile tugging at his lips. At that moment, Ron Weasley stirred under his blankets, squinting at the pair. "How did you know I was going to say that?" he demanded, half asleep but unmistakably irked. Wood chuckled. "Come off it, Ron. You've told Sherlock that exact same thing more times than I can count." Ron groaned, rolling onto his back. "It's barely dawn for Merlin's sake. I get that we need to train, but this is ridiculous." He paused, staring up at the ceiling. "Remember yesterday? Sherlock and Harry dragged me out for one morning practice. That was more than enough. So tonight, don't even think about waking me up. No more dawn drills for me." It was Saturday morning, and Sherlock had fully intended to sleep in, until a firm knock at the door shattered his hopes of a lie-in. When he swung the door open, there stood Oliver Wood, Gryffindor's Quidditch captain, looking every bit as determined as he did on the pitch. Sherlock leaned against the jamb, at a loss for words. "Weasley," Wood began without preamble, "I seem to recall you were keen to try out for the house team last year." Ron, still rubbing his eyes, managed, "That's true, but if you plan on pursuing it this year," Wood cut in, "you'd do well to reconsider. Training's brutal, mistakes in matches are costly, and honestly, I don't know how you can sleep so soundly at this hour." He paused and turned to Sherlock. "And you, Mr. Holmes, no interest in joining us?" Sherlock shook his head. Wood's expression fell instantly. He let out a long sigh, cast a rueful glance at the two of them, and then strode off, dragging a very awake Harry, already dressed in his scarlet Quidditch robes, behind him. The door closed on Wood's retreating figure, and Ron threw up his hands. "Honestly, I don't know what to say about that bloke." Sherlock watched the captain and his star seeker vanish down the corridor. "Devoting yourself to a single pursuit, no matter how arduous, can be quite exhilarating," he observed. "I'm pretty sure you're the only person in this castle who'd call endless hours of broom riding exhilarating." Ron muttered. When Ron finally conceded and headed back to bed, Sherlock went out for his morning run, alone at last, with nothing but the crisp autumn air for company. Sherlock returned to the boys' dormitory after his solo training session, his arms laden with two perfectly straight practice staves. Earlier, he'd left the flimsy wooden sword, Harry's original fencing tutor, in the common room, preferring real equipment for his own drills. He pushed open the door to find Ron and Neville sprawled on the floor, each brandishing one of the long staves he and Harry usually used. "Sherlock, you're back!" Ron called out, his eyes lighting up as he scrambled to his feet. Neville grinned and stood as well, both of them eyeing Sherman's staves with obvious admiration. Ron waved his makeshift stick in the air. "Where on earth did you find such perfectly straight, solid wood? We've scavenged every branch in the garden, and none of them come close to these." Chapter 190, Hermione Granger versus Gemma Farley. "Mr. Holmes, I'm sorry. Ron just grabbed these two sticks, and I couldn't resist," Neville mumbled, shifting from one foot to the other. Even now, in his second year, his shy nature hadn't changed. No wonder Professor Lockhart adored him. Sherlock Holmes glanced at the makeshift weapons they'd been wielding beside the lake. "You're not short on sticks here," he said casually, "but you're holding yours all wrong." Ron bristled. "Hey, we were just playing around. Why the lecture?" Neville's face brightened. "Please, Mr. Holmes, how should we really hold them?" Holmes raised an eyebrow. "They're not sticks. They're swords." He reached out, took the longer piece of wood from Ron, and demonstrated a textbook fencing grip, the very stance he'd used when teaching Harry his first lesson. Neville watched every detail, determined to commit it to memory. A short while later, after a quick stop back at the dormitory, Holmes and Ron made their way to the Great Hall for breakfast. Hermione, who'd arrived moments before and found only Ron and Sherlock at the table, frowned as she slid onto the bench beside them. "Where's Harry?" Normally, by this time, the two of them would have just returned from their morning workout. Harry, a breathless tangle of red hair, Sherlock with that infuriating air of effortless energy. Today, however, Sherlock was alone, sitting bolt upright and sipping pumpkin juice as though nothing were amiss. Ron, cheeks bulging with toast, shrugged. "Wood dragged him off to Quidditch practice. He woke me up, too." Hermione tapped her spoon on the table impatiently. "Early to bed, early to rise makes a wizard healthy and wise," she lectured, then turned to Sherlock. "So, are we still on for the library this afternoon?" It wasn't really a question, but more their established routine. Every weekend since term began, Hermione and Sherlock had taken up residence among the stacks of Hogwarts' vast collection. Barring the unexpected, today would be no different. Before Sherlock could answer, a cool, familiar voice cut through the chatter of the Great Hall. "Sherlock, can I have a word?" Heads turned as Gemma Farley stepped gracefully forward. A sixth-year Slytherin prefect, she moved with that quiet confidence only a prefect could command. Tall and elegant, her chestnut hair fell in soft waves around a face that was both delicate and determined. She offered Sherlock a polite but insistent smile. Hermione raised an eyebrow. Ron swallowed a large bite and leaned in, curious. Sherlock closed his juice, squaring his shoulders. "Of course, Gemma. What's on your mind?" With that, the two drifted away from the Gryffindor table, their conversation trailing off under the vaulted ceiling as Hermione and Ron exchanged puzzled glances. Another unexpected development at Hogwarts, it seemed, exactly the sort Sherlock Holmes thrived on. Hermione paused in the corridor the moment she saw Daphne Farley's tall, poised figure leaning against the wall. A flicker of unease passed through her. "Prefect Farley," she said coolly, straightening her posture. "What are you doing here?" Farley's pale lips curved into a slight smile. "Didn't I just say?" She turned her gaze to Sherlock, who stood a few paces behind Hermione. "There are matters I'd like to discuss with Mr. Holmes in private." Hermione's eyebrows shot up. "Is there something you can't say in public? Something that must be kept secret?" "Miss Granger," Farley replied, her tone still polite, "I invited Sherlock. Frankly, I don't see why you should concern yourself." Hermione squared her shoulders. Though she was shorter than the Slytherin prefect, her voice carried every bit as much authority. "I'm Sherlock's friend," she said, "and it's my responsibility to look out for him, especially when someone else might have an ulterior motive." Farley's smile didn't falter, but Hermione could almost see the edge in her eyes. "And who, pray tell, has an ulterior motive?" Hermione met that cool stare head-on. Whoever it is, Prefect Farley, it's obviously you. Petty, Farley said with a dismissive lift of her chin. If you're accusing me, Miss Granger, then you're quite small-minded. Hermione's lips tightened. Given how your house's students keep clawing back points in potions every single week, I'd say concern is perfectly justified. Farley's smile sharpened, like a blade flashing in the torchlight. We'll see who has the last laugh, won't we? Without another word, she turned on her heel and strolled away, leaving Hermione and Sherlock alone in the silent corridor. Sherlock glanced at Hermione, curiosity sparking in his eyes. Well, he asked quietly, what do you make of that? Hermione sighed and stepped closer, lowering her voice. She's up to something, and it's not just about house points. She paused, choosing her words carefully. Whatever she wants to discuss with you, it's important, and we need to be ready for anything. Behind them, the castle's ancient walls seemed to whisper of rivalry and hidden schemes. As they walked back toward the library, Hermione's mind raced through every possible angle. Tonight's conversation with Prefect Farley might very well change everything. Professor Snape's tireless generosity with Slytherin's house points was only matched by his enthusiasm for docking Gryffindors, so much so that the scoreboard might as well have read Slytherin 500, Gryffindor 0. Hermione Granger, ever proud of her house, shot the professor a glare that could have frozen fire. Across the training grounds, Gemma Farley watched Hermione with growing respect. This year's Gryffindor cohort was already the talk of Hogwarts. They boasted a swaggering Lion King in James Potter, a restless prodigy nicknamed the Savior, and now, apparently, a true dueling master. Farley had assumed Hermione was merely a bookworm, but her calm command of spells argued otherwise. Deciding to postpone her own bout with Hermione, Gemma turned to Sherlock Holmes, her pale eyes glittering with challenge. Sherlock, ready to spar? He rose without hesitation. Absolutely. Let's go. Hermione's heart leapt. Sherlock. He gave her a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Hermione. Then, without another glance, Sherlock followed Farley onto the platform, leaving Hermione standing there, equal parts astonished and uncertain of what just happened. After Miss Farley and Sherlock left the table, Hermione whirled toward Ron, her eyes blazing as he calmly munched on a slice of melon. All you're doing is eating. Why didn't you try to talk some sense into her? She demanded. Ron swallowed and wiped his mouth. Talk sense into whom? What was I supposed to say? She's a Slytherin prefect, Ron. Didn't last term teach you anything? If she had bad intentions. Honestly, Hermione, Ron interrupted with a half-smile. You worry too much. If Farley were plotting against Sherlock, don't you think he would have spotted it by now? Hermione snorted. Nothing's that certain. Look, Ron said, leaning back. If she meant him harm, she'd be the one looking over her shoulder. And I don't believe she's the scheming sort. Percy spoke well of her, and even Ravenclaw's prefect Chang said she's different from most Slytherins. Hermione took a slow breath. I hope you're right. But there's something odd, Ron continued, frowning. Did you notice how she addressed Sherlock just now? She called him Sherlock. Last semester, she always said Holmes. Hermione stiffened, her brow furrowing as she stared off across the great hall. Why the sudden change? If it wasn't a slip of the tongue, what did it mean? Sherlock paused at the top of the narrow staircase, listening to the distant hum of castle corridors below. He couldn't help but smile at how far he and Gemma Farley had come, and how it had all started with something as simple as calling each other by their first names. Gemma was so at ease calling him Sherlock that she hadn't even noticed when Mr. Farley slipped and did the same. Only Ron Weasley caught it. And when Ron notices something, it's rarely a good sign. Gemma led the way, down a deserted hallway, the worn wooden steps creaking under their feet. On the 4th floor, they stopped before a faded door. With a gentle push, Gemma eased it open. The old hinges protested with a soft squeal. Sherlock stepped inside, and Gemma closed the door behind him. The dull thud seemed to seal them off from every stray noise in the castle. This classroom is usually empty, she said, her voice low. She crossed to the center of the room, where a single table waited. Raising her wand, she gave it a practiced flick. A pale blue glow flickered at the tip, and a swirl of silvery mist coiled around 2 glasses resting on the tabletop. Wisps of steam drifted upward, carrying the tangy scent of fresh orange juice into the still air. Gemma smiled. "I thought you'd like these." Sherlock accepted a glass, the warmth of the liquid seeping through the crystal. For a moment, they simply stood in companionable silence, the secluded classroom their own quiet refuge. Sherlock leaned over the table and caught sight of a single mint leaf drifting on the rim of Gemma's teacup, an unmistakable sign of a house elf's obsessive-compulsive precision. "That friend of yours," he said, nodding toward the cup. Gemma tapped it lightly with her neatly trimmed fingernail and spoke slowly. "Apparently, she's taken to picturing me as a chimera." Sherlock raised an eyebrow. Gemma continued before he could question her. "You know, a chimera, the bloodthirsty Greek beast with a lion's head, a goat's body, and a dragon's tail. The British Ministry of Magic rates it XXXXX, top of the danger scale." She deliberately adopted the same stiff expression Hermione had worn earlier. Her sky-blue eyes danced with quiet amusement. "And that's not apparently," she added crisply. "She's certain of it." Sherlock shrugged, then strolled around the table to sit directly across from her. He leaned back, hands draped over the armrests. "It isn't just Hermione," he said. "Most Gryffindors wouldn't mind if you really were a chimera. But I don't recall a Slytherin prefect's duties including doling out calming potions to every jittery Gryffindor," Gemma said, frowning. A brief flash of helplessness crossed her eyes. "Sherlock, there's no need to sound so aggressive," she added gently. "Even as a prefect, I can't control every single Slytherin student." "Why control them at all?" Sherlock replied coolly. "What? If the Slytherins here require a prefect's leash just to behave, perhaps they should leave. Hogwarts isn't the place for them." Gemma's expression shifted from frustration to admiration. She looked at him with an approving smile. "Sherlock, the more I speak with you, the more convinced I become. You belong in Slytherin." She leaned forward, hands resting on the table, and the folds of her loose robes fell away to reveal a lithe, poised figure. Resourceful, fiercely independent, and possessing just the right amount of disregard for rules. Those are Slytherin qualities, through and through. Sherlock, meanwhile, seemed entirely unmoved, his attention fixed on the window beside him, as if Gemma's words were nothing more than background noise. Sherlock greeted her with a courteous smile that never quite reached his eyes. "I'm sorry, Prefect, but as far as I know, there aren't any Muggle-born wizards in Slytherin at the moment." Gemma's lip curled into an exasperated pout. "We agreed over the summer that you'd stop calling me Prefect, remember? And am I ever going to get the chance to correct you? You did it again on the very first night back." He shrugged with an easy, almost indifferent air. "Very well, Gemma, but then, who exactly did you summon me for today? Another troubled Slytherin student, I presume? You prefects do go to great lengths for them." Gemma shot him a sharp glare. "Couldn't it just be because I wanted to see you?" Her voice was soft, like a breath of spring air. Sherlock's reply was cool and measured. "No," she blinked, genuinely taken aback. "Why not?" Chapter 191, Walking with the Female Prefect. "If you wanted to see me, you could have sent an owl, or at least spoken up in the Great Hall just now, instead of dragging me out here," Gemma said coolly. Sherlock didn't hesitate. "You saw right through my little ruse." Gemma sighed and regarded him with a meaningful look. "Actually, I came because of Draco Malfoy, but not only because of him," she added silently. Sherlock raised an eyebrow. "Miss Gemma, you should be aware that, compared to Marcus Flint, Malfoy's quarrels with Potter have always been far less severe." "Of course I know that," Gemma replied, a slight smile touching her lips as her fingertip traced the rim of her goblet. "Still, Flint at least tried to hurt Harry. Malfoy, on the other hand, never truly lays a hand on him. In fact, it's almost always Malfoy who ends up worse off." She paused, recalling last year's incidents. "Remember the first day of term scuffle on the train? You may have let Malfoy slip away, but Crabbe and Goyle were left battered, and he was absolutely terrified. Not long ago, Draco Malfoy had tried to lure Harry and Ron into a secret midnight duel, confident no one would suspect a thing. But Sherlock Holmes, ever observant, saw through the ploy at once. The trap collapsed spectacularly, and Malfoy became the school's laughingstock, forced to keep his head down for over a month. Then came the Quidditch match. Draco swaggered onto the field, certain that without Sherlock on Gryffindor's roster, victory was all but assured. He taunted the little lions from the first whistle, mocking their skill and courage. What he didn't realize was that Sherlock had slipped in at the last minute. Perched on his broom with calm focus, Sherlock marshaled the Gryffindor team with uncanny precision, every pass crisp, every maneuver razor-sharp. By the end, the Slytherins were trounced. Malfoy himself took the brunt of it, blasted off his broom, and sent sprawling into the stands. He wound up in the hospital wing for 2 or 3 days, and afterward learned to confine his provocations to words alone. Later, in the common room, Gemma turned to Sherlock with a teasing grin. "You have to admit," she said, "you never saw that coming, did you?" Sherlock couldn't help but laugh. "All right," he conceded. "I'll admit it." Emboldened, Gemma went on. "Speaking of Malfoy, his father has just bought Nimbus 2001s for every member of the Slytherin Quidditch team." "Nimbus 2001? Sherlock echoed, brow raised. He recalled the anxious shop assistant in Diagon Alley who tried to upsell him and Hermione on the latest broom models. Gemma noticed his hesitation and offered a patient explanation. "Yes, you know how your friend Mr. Potter has a Nimbus 2000? This is the next model in the same series. It's the newest model, released just this past August, and it outpaces even the old Nimbus 2000. Sherlock didn't miss a beat. "So Mr. Malfoy intends to have his son on the house Quidditch team?" "Exactly," Gemma confirmed. "From what I've seen in flying class, Draco's performance is solid. At his true ability, he'd easily make the squad." As in previous years, the houses were holding open tryouts for new Quidditch players. Second-year students could be chosen outright as official team members, so by all rights, Draco could earn his spot through the normal selection process. "That's precisely the issue," Gemma said, frowning. "If Draco could simply walk into the team the same way Potter did, there'd be no problem at all." Sherlock regarded the anxious prefect with steady, unflinching calm. "Is it really such a grave scandal?" he asked quietly. "Draco Malfoy did make a substantial donation to the Slytherin Quidditch team." Miss Gemma's eyes widened in surprise. "But you yourself told me his flying skills are more than enough to earn him a place on merit." He inclined his head. "Both facts are true. Financial support and genuine talent need not be mutually exclusive." Gemma hesitated, then sank into a chair. Over the summer, she'd gone out of her way to supply him with case after case from the magical world. Unheard of generosity from a Slytherin whose housemates were usually more wary than welcoming. Sherlock felt indebted to her, and now he intended to repay that kindness with straightforward advice. "Let Draco play," he continued. "Allow him to prove himself on the pitch. When he scores under the hoops and leads the team to victory, the whispering will die away. Quidditch is a game of performance, not of purse strings." She drew a slow breath, relief softening her features. Sherlock offered her a small, encouraging smile. "Trust in your players, and in the sport itself. Excellence silences every rumor." "Miss Gemma," Sherlock began, "no matter how skilled Malfoy truly is, the moment his father stocked the entire Slytherin team with top-of-the-line brooms, his actual talent became irrelevant." Gemma's eyes flashed with irritation. "Sherlock, if you're going to lecture me, at least be clear." He smiled and rapped his knuckles lightly on the table. "Very well. Since you asked for my advice, let's anchor our reasoning on 3 simple points. First, Draco Malfoy's flying ability, his natural gift, is as real and as deep-rooted as a mandrake's taproot. You and I both know that. Second, the way Mr. Malfoy's gold galleons cling to those broomsticks is like venomous tentacula vines wrapping around anything in reach. It's a scent of pure wealth that even Madame Norris could sniff out. Third, when raw talent and extravagant spending blaze side by side, the public will instinctively focus on the brighter flame." He picked up the glass of orange juice beside him and tilted it so Gemma could see the beads of condensation slicking down its side. "Do you see this frost?" he asked. "No matter how often you wipe it away, people will always assume it's the Malfoy family vault leaking cold onto the surface. In the end, perception trumps reality." "So here's my advice," Sherlock began, leaning forward. "Stop getting hung up on lofty moral scruples about your broomstick and pour that energy into the training pitch instead. At the end of the day, people in this world care only about results, and wizards are no different. The moment Slytherin finally lifts the Quidditch Cup, Every critic will be silenced. Gemma frowned, deep in thought, so Sherlock pressed on. Miss Gemma, you remember how you repotted that mandrake, don't you? The process was messy, maybe even ugly, but you only planted the strongest shoots, the ones you knew could thrive. Think of the Nimbus 2001s as your new flower pots. It's not about how pristine the pot looks. It's about nurturing what can grow. Sherlock. Gemma's voice trembled as she met his gaze, touched by the sincerity in his words. She was about to thank him when he added, almost too casually, "That said, if you want my personal opinion, you should step aside now." Gemma's eyes flew open. Huh? She stared at him, utterly bewildered by how effortlessly he'd shifted from encouragement to dismissal. Gemma laughed softly. So you really think Harry's that far ahead? Sherlock leaned back in his chair, not taking his eyes off his glass. He's the youngest seeker in a century. One broomstick won't even begin to close the gap between him and Malfoy. But that's 6 broomsticks, Gemma countered, amusement dancing in her eyes. With all due respect, Sherlock said, setting his drink down, in Quidditch, the seeker's role can outweigh all 6 other players combined. Gemma rolled her eyes and brushed a strand of chestnut hair behind her ear. You know, Sherlock, you're practically designed to offend people. Ever thought of using a filter? He gave her a lazy shrug. If I worried about everyone's feelings, life would be exhausting. She let out a long sigh. Fine, let's just have a drink before this turns into a debate we'll never win. She reached for her cup, her gaze hopeful. Sherlock raised his own tumbler of orange juice and drained it in one swift gulp, the empty glass thumping against the table with a dull thud. Tastes good, Gemma remarked, propping her chin on her hand as she watched Sherlock with bright-eyed interest. Aren't you worried I might have spiked it with something? Sherlock shook his head, a small smile tugging at his lips. I told you before, you're not that kind of person. At his words, Gemma's eyes sparkled anew, and her grin widened. She straightened in her chair, energized by his show of trust. Sherlock returned her smile. You know, he said, calling you a chimera doesn't quite fit. Head girl Penelope actually had a better description. Penelope? Gemma leaned forward. What did she say about me? Sherlock chuckled softly. She's always complaining about those students with the snake-shaped silver buckles on their uniforms. But when it comes to you, she said you're like a mooncalf trapped in a nest of vipers. A mooncalf? Gemma's brow lifted. Exactly, Sherlock explained. Mooncalves are magical creatures found all over the world. They have pale gray, smooth skin, 4 long, slender legs ending in broad, flat feet, and 2 large, round eyes perched atop their heads. They're timid by nature, only emerging from their burrows on moonlit nights. Gentle and vulnerable, yet when they wander into hostile territory, they can surprise you with their quiet courage. Gemma smiled thoughtfully, as if the image of the shy, moonlit creature spoke to something deep inside her, and for a moment, neither of them said another word. In Penelope's words, when bathed in moonlight, they'll rise onto their hind legs in some remote, uninhabited spot and perform these elaborate, almost hypnotic dances, utterly bewitching. At that, Gemma halted for a heartbeat, then laughed, crisp and melodious as an Oriol's song. That Penelope, I swear, she comes up with the oddest comparisons. Her laughter trailed off, and a cold spark flickered in her eyes. Only a mooncalf, huh? She clearly doesn't grasp how dangerous I can be. Sherlock frowned. How is being called a mooncalf an insult? Isn't that... He never finished. Gemma's smile vanished. Time's almost up, Sherlock reminded her. If we linger any longer, Gemma said quietly, your friend will start treating me like some fearsome chimera, and trust me, that's a label I'd rather avoid. Let her think what she wants, Sherlock replied, tucking his hands into his coat pockets. By the time Sherlock and Gemma Farley slipped back into the great hall, dawn had broken. Ron was gone, and only Hermione remained, her usual composure replaced by restless worry. But the moment her eyes settled on them, relief flooded her features. Gemma offered her a gentle nod, then turned away. Hermione watched her leave, a flicker of caution in her gaze, proof, perhaps, that even the smallest mischaracterizations can leave a lasting impression. Sherlock paused mid-stride at the long house table, his sharp gaze sweeping across the faces before him. Ron's gone to the Quidditch pitch, he asked, tilting his head. Hermione glanced up from arranging her toast. Yes, He took a bit of bread and jam with him to find Harry. As soon as Gemma's retreating figure vanished around the corner, Hermione turned back to Sherlock, her expression firm. "You were gone a long time. What did the two of you talk about?" "Nothing significant," Sherlock replied lightly. He slid into an empty chair and reached for a slice of toast. "Pass the applesauce, please." "Thank you." Hermione placed the jar in front of him and watched expectantly, waiting for him to elaborate. Sherlock dabbed the edge of his toast into the glossy red sauce, considered it for a moment, and then spoke. "She asked for my advice again," he said carefully, lifting the toast to his lips. "But this time it wasn't about potions or spell work. It was about her emotional state." Hermione raised an eyebrow. "Psychological counseling?" Sherlock nodded, chewing deliberately. "Exactly that. She needed someone to talk to, someone who could listen without judgment." Hermione's stern expression softened. She leaned forward, curiosity overtaking her initial reserve. "And what did you tell her?" Sherlock set down his toast, glanced around the table to make sure Ron was still out of earshot, then whispered, "I told her that the mind can be just as delicate as any physical wound, and that sometimes the hardest battles are the ones you can't see." Hermione frowned as she studied Sherlock's expression. "But she's a 6th year and a Slytherin prefect. Would she really come to you for psychological counseling?" Sherlock gave her a gentle chuckle. "Don't put prefects on a pedestal, Hermione. At 15, she's still just a girl." Hermione shot him an annoyed look. "Humph, she's still 3 years older than you." She leaned forward. "So what did she want from you?" "The one at the center of things is often too close to see clearly," Sherlock said softly. "An outsider sees the real picture. Miss Gemma is kind-hearted, a true Slytherin through and through, but she cares so desperately about her house's honor that she burdens herself with duties that aren't hers to bear." Hermione's brow furrowed until it looked like 3 parallel lines. "Wait, did you just call her Gemma?" Sherlock nodded. "Yes, once again, you've overlooked something right in front of you." She threw up her hands in frustration. "I didn't this time. I only realized it because Ron pointed it out." "Ron?" Sherlock repeated, tilting his head in silent question. Hermione sat across from Sherlock at the breakfast table, her fork paused mid-air. "I never expected your powers of observation to improve so much," she murmured. Sherlock lifted an eyebrow and offered her a small, knowing smile. "Believe it or not, that's all Gemma's doing. She asked me to pay closer attention. She mentioned it months ago, back in the summer." Hermione's eyes flew wide. A request in the summer? A flutter of unease crept through her. She cleared her throat and forced her tone back to casual. "So, when did the two of you get so chummy? Were you in touch all summer?" "Exactly," Sherlock replied without a trace of embarrassment. "We wrote nearly every week, and in fact, she arranged to meet me on our first night back at school." Hermione's breath caught. "She did?" "Yes." Sherlock paused, then added coolly, "I must admit, I'm rather surprised she hasn't reached out again since." A hush fell over them. Sherlock calmly resumed his breakfast, as if nothing extraordinary had happened. Hermione stared at him, her mind racing with a swirl of astonishment, and something she couldn't quite name. Hermione hovered by the hearth, curiosity written all over her face as she waited for Sherlock to speak. Finally, she couldn't contain herself. "So, Miss Farley, what did she want with you today?" Her voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. "There's been so much going on between the two of you, and I've heard nothing." Sherlock's answer came in a single, clipped word. "Quidditch." Hermione blinked. "Quidditch?" She crossed her arms, leaning forward. "You mean she showed up to ask you to convince our team to forfeit? That Malfoy bribed us into throwing the match?" He shook his head. "Hardly." Sherlock sat back, steepling his fingers. "It appears Lucius Malfoy has gone overboard this year. He bought Nimbus 2001's brand new for every member of the Slytherin Quidditch squad." Hermione's eyes went wide. She remembered well the hard sell they'd both endured in the Diagon Alley broom shop. Nimbus 2001s for the whole team. That's extravagant, even for him. She paused, puzzling it out. "But why would that bring Professor Farley to your quarters? It can't be about match fixing." Sherlock raised one eyebrow, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "No, my dear Hermione. Why on earth would you think she came to ask for that?" Hermione folded her arms and tilted her head, a wry smile tugging at her lips. Miss Gemma Farley is a real Slytherin, you know. Sherlock glanced up from his notes, oblivious to the sarcasm. A true Slytherin excels at one thing above all, overpowering an enemy without ever lifting a wand. Hermione rolled her eyes. Precisely. So you can imagine how pleased she was to come to you for psychological counseling. Sherlock nodded as though he'd expected no less. She's convinced that Draco Malfoy, and by extension his father, has done more harm than good to Slytherin House. In her view, Draco already has the lent to be a top-tier seeker. Everything else is a distraction. He paused, gathering his thoughts. In truth, her fears are unfounded. Slytherin's Quidditch squad is already the strongest in the league, and once they're flying on Nimbus 2001s, they'll be virtually unstoppable. But Quidditch rules elevate the seeker above every other position. And by the luck of the draw, Gryffindor boasts the best seeker Hogwarts has seen in a century. Harry Potter's reputation is no exaggeration. Even equipping every player with Nimbus 2001s couldn't close the chasm between Draco's skill and Harry's. Sherlock set down his quill and smiled faintly at Hermione. Then, for the first time, he truly noticed her expression. In the end, I told Miss Gemma to abandon her daydreams and face facts. Hermione glanced up. What facts? Sherlock leaned back, expression mild. Her hopes of winning the cup are unrealistic. For Slytherin, claiming second place in the Quidditch standings is a triumph in itself. Hermione couldn't help but laugh, the tension of the morning dissolving in an instant. Sherlock, you really are something else. She trailed off, searching for the right words. Sherlock had always been that infuriatingly brilliant detective, capable of turning a conversation on its head with a single remark. But when his barbs were aimed at someone else, she found herself oddly entertained rather than annoyed. After a moment, Hermione straightened and smiled. Well then, shall we head to the library? Sherlock offered a curt nod, and the pair made their way there, just as they had all term. As the clock edged toward lunchtime, however, Hermione paused in the hushed stacks and turned to him with a request he hadn't seen coming. Could you continue teaching me flying this semester? Hermione asked, trying to sound casual, though a faint blush colored her cheeks. Flying class is canceled this term, Sherlock replied without looking up. But if you want to conquer your fear of heights, the best way is to face it head-on. The more you fly, the more comfortable you'll become. A genuine smile broke across Hermione's face. Before they could head to the Quidditch pitch for their afternoon practice, they ran into Harry and Ron, Harry looking dejected, and Ron doing his best to console him. What happened? Hermione asked, surprised at their gloomy expressions. Harry lost more house points, Ron sighed, and now he's been assigned detention. Hermione frowned. But what did he do this time? You'll never guess what went wrong on the Quidditch pitch, Ron began, then glanced pleadingly at Sherlock. Time and again, Sherlock had unraveled similar mysteries on the spot. Sherlock did not disappoint. Sherlock Holmes was standing by the goalposts when Ron Weasley caught sight of him, and of Harry, who'd arrived at the Quidditch pitch much earlier than usual. Sherlock's sharp eyes left Harry and swung back to Ron with a light, almost teasing tone. Notice anything unusual, Ron? Sherlock asked. Harry made it here early today, but he isn't training. Instead, he's wrapped up in detention. Ron blinked. Detention? But he's on the team. Why would he be penalized? Because he got into a brawl, Sherlock replied coolly. Hence the points deduction and this afternoon's punishment. Ron frowned. That sounds serious, though it's only a few points and some detention time. Harry's always shrugged off things like that. So, let me guess, this time he's scrubbing trophies for Filch? Harry groaned from where he stood beside a wheelbarrow of polishing cloths. Nothing so simple. Even worse, it's Lockhart's detention. Professor Gilderoy Lockhart? Ron echoed. Harry, what on earth did you do to end up working for Lockhart? Harry massaged his temples. Professor McGonagall told me that Lockhart personally requested my help. At that, Sherlock's interest visibly brightened. Oh, and what sort of assistance does Professor Lockhart require? Before Ron could answer, he turned on Sherlock with wide-eyed astonishment. How did you know Harry Sid training today, and that he'd lost points because of a fight? Sherlock gave a small, pleased smile. My dear Ron, these things are as plain as the scars on Harry's arm and the look of resigned misery on his face. Observations, my friend. Simply observations. Ron bristled, crossing his arms. Fine. Ask away, even if it makes me look like an idiot. Sherlock Holmes nodded once, his expression all business. He reached for Harry's discarded Gryffindor winter cloak, that draping it over a nearby bench. With practiced precision, he began. Look here, he said, running a fingertip along the inner lining. In every broomstick drill Harry's ever done, the shaft presses against his cloak like this, leaving a faint semicircular crease above the hip. Yet this lining is perfectly smooth, no indentations. Next, notice the uniform beneath. There should be sweat stains across the chest and under the arms, especially in these chilly conditions, when he has to work twice as hard to stay warm in the air. But the fabric is bone dry. And the outer cloak? Sherlock shook his head. No dust, no wind wrinkles from gusting around the pitch. Those details vanish instantly if he'd been flying today. Ron frowned. So you're saying, exactly, Harry hasn't trained at all. Sherlock flipped the cloak to inspect the outside. Now look at these tears. He pointed to 3 ragged rips, one at the collar, another at the right cuff, and a third across the chest. If these had been caused by 2 high-speed brooms colliding, the fabric would be shredded in a series of dispersed gouges, each slash following the direction of the broom's momentum. Instead, these edges are jagged, the fibers stretched outward. Whoever did this yanked at him close quarters. Pinch points like collar and cuffs are prime for dragging someone down. Ron's eyes widened as he took it in, but he swore he got into a Quidditch accident. Sherlock tucked the cloak aside and fixed Ron with a steady look. And yet, when we first met, you told me Harry lost house points today and has detention this evening. So if he didn't train and he wasn't hurt in a match, my conclusion is he was in a proper scrap on the ground. That would explain the tears, the lack of flight wear, and why he might want to keep the whole thing quiet. Ron ran a hand through his hair, processing. Brilliant, Sherlock. I'll go check on him, and maybe find out who exactly dragged poor Potty through a tug-of-war. Sherlock inclined his head. Do let me know. I'd hate to miss the next twist. With that, Ron strode off, determination lighting his face, while Sherlock calmly folded his hands and watched their friend's retreating figure, already piecing together the next clue. That makes it perfectly clear you got into a scrap on the Quidditch pitch today. All right, fine, you're right. I'm an idiot, Ron groans, shaking his head. It's always like this. The moment you say it, Sherlock, it seems so obvious, but until then, I see nothing. Ron, don't give Sherlock that look, Hermione interjects. You might think he's showing off, but for him, making deductions is as effortless as us describing the color of Harry's robes. Ron offers a wry smile and falls silent. Sherlock turns back to Harry. Very well, Harry. Why did Professor Lockhart ask to see you? Harry beams. Oh, that's easy. Professor McGonagall told me that Lockhart specifically wants me to help him answer his admirers' letters. Hermione's jaw drops and her eyes light up. What? That's amazing. I'd love to swap places with you. Harry laughs. Sorry, Hermione, but you're not exactly the savior of the magical world. Lockhart wouldn't be sending you fan mail. Hermione's eyes narrowed the moment Ron opened his mouth. Ronald, zip it. He'd meant to fire back a wisecrack, but Hermione's pointed glare froze him mid-sentence. He sighed and fell silent. Sherlock, however, only leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers beneath his chin as a spark of curiosity lit his gray eyes. Writing letters to your fans, Potter? How delightfully unconventional. Now, tell me exactly what happened on the Quidditch pitch today. I want every detail, nothing omitted. Finally, Ron muttered in relief. I've been prodding Harry about it for ages, but he refused to talk until you lot showed up. Harry gave a wry grin. I just didn't fancy repeating myself. The 4 of them returned to the Gryffindor common room. Harry sank into an armchair by the fire, Sherlock perched opposite him, and Ron and Hermione settled onto the sofa behind. With Sherlock's expectant look fixed on him, Harry took a deep breath and began recounting the day's events from the very start. By Hogwarts tradition, the Quidditch pitch was open on a first-come, first-served basis. The earliest team to arrive in the morning claimed the field. But Oliver Wood's pre-dawn appearance had nothing to do with snagging a standard practice slot. The day before, he'd submitted and secured a special booking with Madame Hooch. Gryffindor would have the entire pitch to themselves. Wood planned to perfect the team's newest plays in complete secrecy, denying any rival house the chance to spy. After all, Hogwarts' pitch was vast enough for all 4 teams to train simultaneously, but he wasn't taking any chances. So he was more than a little surprised when the Slytherins showed up shortly after sunrise, led by Draco Malfoy and brandishing an official parchment stamped with Professor Snape's seal. Before Wood could object, Harry strode forward and slid the note across to Sherlock. The smug grin on Malfoy's face told the whole story. Snape had overruled Gryffindor's reservation, giving Slytherin priority on the pitch for the morning. Wood's jaw clenched, but there was no arguing with Snape's authority. Sherlock unfolded the slip of parchment and read the single line aloud. I, Professor Severus Snape, hereby grant the Slytherin Quidditch team use of the pitch today so they may train their new seeker. He studied the signature for a moment, then folded the note with care and slipped it into his robe pocket. Hermione leaned in, curiosity on her face. Are you worried Marcus Flint might have forged it? She asked. Honestly, I don't think he has the nerve. Sherlock offered a faint, wry smile. You're quite right, Hermione. Flint wouldn't dare. I stored the note for a different reason. For what reason? Hermione pressed. To copy it. Hermione's eyes widened. Copy it? You just said copy. He nodded. Indeed, my language system and your hearing are both perfectly intact. I did say copy. Why would you need to copy Snape's handwriting? A good question, Sherlock replied, tapping the parchment's edge. Snape's penmanship is notoriously distinctive, but it changes subtly with his mood. Compare this script to the authorization he left in the Philosopher's Stone chamber last semester. These flourishes here are more elaborate, the downstrokes heavier. By reproducing it exactly, I'll be able to chart his emotional state at the time he wrote this. Hermione stared at him for a moment, then shook her head in impressed disbelief. Sherlock simply pocketed the note and strode off toward the Quidditch pitch, already plotting his next move. Look at this little curl, Sherlock murmured, pointing to a hidden flourish at the end of the note. He tucked it away deliberately. It shows he must have been in a good mood when he wrote this. But if I'm going to reproduce his handwriting, I'll need samples from all sorts of occasions. Hermione snapped. Who asked you to do that? I'm asking why you'd even consider forging a professor's handwriting, she continued. What do you intend to accomplish? Sherlock flashed a sly grin. My dear Hermy, you really must let your mind roam free. A professor's signature can work wonders. For instance, Harry could secure the Quidditch pitch in advance with a brief note, no rival house prefects around to argue. Or if we suddenly need to consult books in the restricted section, a signed permission slip would make the whole process effortless. And that's just scratching the surface. Enough, Hermione interrupted, her cheeks flushing. This is no longer mere rule-bending. It's flat-out forgery. For once, she found herself speechless, struggling to find words that matched the sheer audacity of Sherlock's plan. So you kept that parchment all this time just for that? And you actually compared the subtle differences in handwriting under different conditions? That's astounding. Hermione stared at Sherlock, her eyes shining with amazement. Harry and Ron, equally impressed, exchanged admiring glances. No wonder you landed in Gryffindor instead of Ravenclaw, Ron said with a grin. The Sorting Hat got it right. Hermione bit her lip and glanced down. Sensing her unease, Harry reached over and gave her hand a reassuring squeeze. Hermione, you really don't have to be so nervous, he said gently. Rule-breaking only matters if you get caught. If no one knows, then, well, nothing happened, right? Hermione's jaw dropped. Harry, how can you say that? Who taught you to think like this? Sherlock, Harry replied innocently. Hermione pressed her face into her hands, silent at last. Seeing her retreat into her shell, Harry turned back to Sherlock. Anyway, about this morning, Professor Snape isn't just the potions master. He's also the head of Slytherin. At Hogwarts, the hierarchy goes. Headmaster first, then the 4 heads of house, and finally all the other professors. It explains why Snape's so, in charge of discipline. As Harry spoke, Hermione peeked over her fingers, curiosity overcoming her dismay. And in the warm glow of the common room fire, the 4 friends, wizard, witch, detective, and a boy with a lightning bolt scar, prepared for whatever mystery lay ahead. Professor McGonagall technically outranked the other house heads, if only by half a grade, because she also served as deputy headmistress. But when it came to Quidditch, a professor's specialty carried weight. As the flying instructor, Madame Hooch had no choice but to bow to Professor Snape's insistence. That was how the Slytherin team ended up commandeering the Quidditch pitch for practice, even though Gryffindor had booked it first. Harry raced back to the Gryffindor common room, bursting to share the news. As soon as he saw Ron and Hermione, he blurted out, "You're not going to believe this. Slytherin's new seeker is Draco Malfoy," Ron finished, practically bouncing in his seat. And get this, his father bought Nimbus 2001s for every single player on the Slytherin team. Hermione, finally emerging from the quiet bubble she'd been in all morning, threw Ron an exasperated look. "Ronald, could you let Harry finish his sentence for once?" "No way," Ron insisted, voice rising. "A Nimbus 2001. It's the latest model, faster, more stable than last year's Nimbus 2000. Malfoy's dad really went all out. He bought one for each of them." Hermione blinked, the color rising in her cheeks as she repeated sharply, "Ron, would you stop interrupting?" Ron's eyes went wide. "Wait, did you just say stop interrupting?" He turned to Harry, eyebrows shooting up. "Since when do you tell me what to do?" Harry shrugged, a small grin tugging at his lips. "Since the moment you forgot how to keep quiet." Hermione just rolled her eyes, but even she couldn't suppress a small smile. After all, if Slytherin really did have Nimbus 2001s at their disposal, Gryffindor's next match against them was going to be more challenging than ever. "Why would you know about this?" Ron demanded, eyes flicking between Sherlock and Hermione. A moment passed before his expression brightened with sudden understanding. "I've got it. You learned it from Sherlock, didn't you? He must have spotted that Slytherin's lineup was different from last year, put 2 and 2 together, and worked it out on his own." "No," Hermione interrupted gently, a faint smile tugging at her lips. "It wasn't Sherlock's deduction." Ron's eyebrows shot up. "Then who told him?" "The Slytherin prefect," Hermione replied. "Gemma Farley, to be exact. She came to find Sherlock this morning." Ron stared from Hermione to Sherlock, incredulous. "She actually sought him out just to relay that?" Hermione chuckled softly, an amused glint in her eyes. "Apparently so. A shame we couldn't let him puzzle it out for himself." She raised a hand as if calling off a debate. "But that's beside the point. Harry was mid-story. Please, don't interrupt him again." "Fine," Ron muttered, crossing his arms. Deflated, he glanced away, feeling every bit the outsider. Harry, unfazed, cleared his throat and resumed his tale of the morning's extraordinary events. The sun had barely cleared the horizon when the Gryffindor Quidditch team, led by Captain Oliver Wood, arrived on the pitch. Their scarlet robes billowed behind them as they arranged themselves across the grass, each keeper, chaser, beater, and seeker in its familiar place. Across the field, the Slytherin side, marshaled by Marcus Flint, mirrored their opponent's formation. A tense hush fell over the stands, broken only by the snapping of broom bristles and the distant chatter of onlookers. Flint lifted his chin and grinned. "So you lot are still clinging to those old Nimbus 2000s?" he jeered, voice carrying over the pitch. "Take a look at these beauties." He nodded toward the sleek, silvery Nimbus 2001s behind him, each one gleaming in the early light. "Faster than anything you've ever flown. As for your cleansweeps, maybe you should send them back to the mops and buckets where they belong." Whispers of amusement rippled through the Slytherin ranks. Across the way, Fred and George Weasley exchanged dark glances, while Wood's jaw tightened. He marched closer, his eyes flashing. "Those 2000s have beaten every broom out there," he snapped. "We know what we've got, and we'll see how your fancy models fare when the quaffle's in play." Before the argument could deepen, a small, familiar figure burst onto the grass. Colin Creevey, Gryffindor's first-year photographer, skidded to a stop just beyond the team lines. He clutched his camera so tightly his knuckles were white, aiming it at the assembled players. A murmur ran through the crowd. No one had expected him here. Hermione Granger, standing with Harry and Ron near the edge of the stands, shot to her feet. "What on earth is he doing here?" she hissed, worry creasing her brow. "This isn't his business. He should go back to the castle." Ron Dumbledore rolled his eyes. "Don't let them interrupt," he muttered. "He's harmless, just a little keen on pictures." Harry held up a hand to hush them both, flicking a glance at Colin's eager, hopeful expression. I ran into him this morning on my way to training, he explained quietly. He overheard we were coming here and insisted on tagging along, said he couldn't miss his first glimpse of proper Quidditch practice. Hermione's scowl softened at Harry's words, but the tension on the field only thickened. Slytherin players closed ranks, their sneers sharpening. Gryffindor's team exchanged determined nods. High above, the first owls circled in the pale sky. The stage was set, and with Colin Creevey in the mix, neither side could predict just how combustible this match might become. Ron grinned sheepishly. So there we were, flying above the Quidditch pitch, and Colin just wouldn't stop taking pictures. Oliver was convinced he was a Slytherin spy, sent to steal our tactics. Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione all shot Ron a look. He waved a hand. Sorry, you just had to be there. Harry turned back to the others, shaking his head. Honestly, I was mid-explanation to Oliver. Colin Creevey isn't a spy, when, true to Sherlock's guess, the Slytherins showed up. We'd been in the air for no more than 10 minutes, maybe even less. The moment Oliver saw Flint's team arrive, he called off practice in a fury, insisting he'd reserve the pitch. Flint just pulled out Professor Snape's note, introduced their new chaser, and sneered at our brooms. And right then, totally oblivious, Colin sprinted onto the field, camera flashing away. I'm pretty sure he meant well. He was only trying to have our backs. But Harry couldn't help the wry smile creeping onto his face as he remembered the whole scene, part exasperated, part amused. He actually stood up in front of everyone and challenged Malfoy's talent, claiming the only reason he made the Quidditch team was because his family bought him a spot. Exactly, Ron practically whooped, bouncing in his seat. That kid's the essence of Gryffindor, bold as brass. He really did us proud. Chapter 194, The King of Fighters. That, if it were me, I'd probably say the same thing, right? Colin's calm admission hung in the air. Hermione's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected him to be so fearless. Sherlock gave a slight nod. This wasn't the first time Colin had shown such courage. Clearly, the Sorting Hat hadn't erred in placing him in Gryffindor. Harry cleared his throat. Well, the fallout was pretty intense. In a blind rage, Malfoy publicly hurled the word mudblood at him. At Ron's reminder of last semester's lecture on the word's vile history, Hermione's face went pale. She covered her mouth in disbelief. Oh my goodness, how dare he? Perhaps he thought he had backup from the other Slytherins around him, Ron speculated. With only 3 female players left on the Gryffindor side, a full-on skirmish would have tipped the balance in Slytherin's favor. Harry nodded grimly. We were all furious. Flint actually had to throw himself in front of Malfoy, shielding him so Fred and George wouldn't pounce. Alicia, Angelina, and Katie surged forward too, only to be stopped cold by a line of Slytherins. Harry hesitated, a self-conscious grin tugging at his lips. I didn't mean to pick a fight, he confessed. But Malfoy, convinced he couldn't be touched, kept goading us. The moment I saw that arrogant smirk, I just snapped, and I used the move Sherlock taught me. Sherlock's eyes lit up. Which move? He asked, leaning forward. Hermione and Ron pressed in, eager for the details. Harry positioned his hands as if ready to strike. You drive off your left foot, bend the right leg slightly so you can spring in and out smoothly, then channel every ounce of power, from your feet through your core, up your arms, into an uppercut aimed straight at the chin. He couldn't help grinning wider. And I hit him dead on. The memory made his heart pound. He could still hear the sharp crack as his fist connected and the sickening thud that followed. Under the force of the blow, Malfoy's tongue had bitten back against his teeth, an image Harry couldn't shake. He howled, flailed his arms wildly, then collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. For a moment, the world stopped. No one could believe Harry's single punch had so much power that it actually knocked Malfoy out cold. Nicely done, Sherlock said, with an approving smile. From Harry's own account, it had been a textbook uppercut. Theory was one thing. Pulling it off in the middle of all that chaos was quite another. Yet Harry had seized the moment and landed it perfectly. Hermione and Ron exchanged impressed looks and nodded. Though hitting people is still wrong, Hermione began, but then she chuckled. Next time you're tempted, try to be more like Sherlock and make sure you're not the one who gets caught. Harry managed a sheepish grin. She had a point. It had felt incredible to land that blow, but the aftermath was less fun. Gryffindor had lost 30 house points. On the bright side, when you could drop Malfoy with one punch, 30 or 50 or 100 hardly seemed to matter. Detention didn't seem like much of a punishment to Harry. After all, he'd already survived a trip into the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid last year. As long as he'd stuck close to Hagrid and resisted the urge to wander off after centaurs, even the forest's lurking dangers had felt strangely familiar. This time, though, detention meant something far worse. He was to help Professor Gilderoy Lockhart answer his endless fan mail. Harry groaned inwardly. He could swear on his grandfather's name that the moment Professor McGonagall announced, "Professor Lockhart has specifically requested your assistance, Mr. Potter," he wished he could turn back time and maybe punch Draco Malfoy's chin again, just so there'd be a better excuse for detention. No matter how impressive Lockhart looked in class or how many dazzling exploits he bragged about, the thought of sorting through his adoring letters made Harry's stomach twist. "My dear Harry, it really isn't as dreadful as you're imagining." "Share," Locke said, offering a mischievous grin. "Let's see how we can make this task a little more entertaining." And with that, he launched into a string of suggestions, determined to transform Lockhart's mountain of correspondence into a far less painful affair. "I think you should take this opportunity to learn a few tricks from him," Sherlock suggested, folding his hands. "Professor Lockhart would be delighted to share his expertise." "Tricks? What kind of tricks?" Harry asked, exchanging a dubious look with Ron and Hermione. The idea of Lockhart giving Harry special lessons sounded outrageous, yet given the man's flair for self-promotion, it wasn't impossible. Still, Harry had been summoned to write letters, not attend charm school. Sherlock caught their unspoken doubts. "Not magic," he clarified with a small smile. "Public relations, how to deal with overzealous fans like that one with the camera." They turned to where Sherlock pointed. Sure enough, Colin Creevey was loafing at the mouth of the Gryffindor common room, camera in hand, eyes wide with excitement. "Oh no!" Hermione groaned. "Bloody hell!" Ron muttered. "Not him again," Harry moaned. His face went pale, and before anyone could stop him, he sprinted down the hallway. "Harry, please wait. I came all this way to thank you." Harry had been halfway out the classroom door, convinced he'd lost Colin in the hallway chaos. But Colin, ever the little paparazzo, must have predicted every step because there he stood, arms folded, blocking the exit. The window offered no salvation either. The room was too small, and Colin's long legs filled every gap. Harry's escape plan unraveled in seconds. He tried once more, dashing to the door. Colin sidestepped. Harry edged toward the far corner. Colin intercepted him again. With a heavy sigh, Harry stopped and turned to face his persistent brother. "Ah!" Colin practically bounced on his heels, eyes bright. He grabbed Harry's arm, enthusiasm radiating off him. "This is awesome. Are you secretly training me in quick-draw reactions? Seriously, though, thank you for what you did today. Your play on the Quidditch pitch has everyone talking. They're calling you a hero. Harry saves the match, the boy who turned the tide, you name it." Harry offered a helpless half-smile. He longed to yank his arm free and sprint out of the room, but Colin's grin was so genuine, his gratitude so heartfelt, that Harry couldn't bring himself to refuse. He stood there awkwardly under Colin's excited gaze, wondering how he'd ever manage to wriggle out of this conversation without hurting his little brother's feelings. Harry forced a tight smile and played along. He cast a quick glance at Sherlock, who returned his look with a knowing smile. Harry instantly remembered Sherlock's hint. Perhaps he really could pick up a thing or two from Professor Lockhart about handling overzealous fans. Sure enough, Colin flurried him with one question after another, until the Gryffindor Quidditch team burst into the common room, cheering Harry's triumph over Malfoy. At once, Colin fell silent and shifted gears, recounting Harry's deeds to the other first-years as an amazed eyewitness. Harry sagged with relief, grateful that his teammates had come to his rescue. But the celebration didn't end there. Alongside titles like Savior of the Wizarding World, The Boy Who Lived, and The Dark Lord's Bane, Harry found himself saddled with a brand new nickname, King of Fighters. He protested fiercely that it was ridiculous, but when the Weasley twins hoisted their butterbeers and shouted, "Long live the King of Fighters, Harry," the name was sealed. Only when Harry announced he had detention did the crowd finally disperse, granting him a welcome moment of peace. "Wait, Holmes. No, Lion King, you can't leave." "Exactly. We've all heard about your punch, Harry. They say it's worthy of the Lion King himself. Come on, teach us too. Suddenly punching people sounds way more fun than magic." Harry shook his head with a weary sigh. He slipped out of the common room, a low knee, and made his way to the great hall. After a rushed dinner, he rested briefly in the dormitory, then, just minutes before 8, begrudgingly climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor, the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Last year, Professor Quirrell had occupied it. This year, it belonged to Gilderoy Lockhart. Thinking about it made Harry's stomach twist. After all, Lord Voldemort had hidden in that very office for nearly a year. But from Harry's encounter with him, Voldemort hadn't seemed quite as all-powerful as the legends claimed. Surely he wouldn't have left any traps behind. Lost in his thoughts, Harry rounded a corner and almost collided with someone rushing past. He stumbled back, about to scold the stranger, until he saw who it was. "Ouch! What are you doing?" Harry, already in a foul mood, jumped. "Hermione, don't sneak up on me like that." "Shh." Hermione pressed a finger to her lips and glanced around nervously. "They're still celebrating in the Great Hall. I slipped away to help you." "Help me?" Harry frowned. "Yes," she said, stepping closer with an almost conspiratorial gleam in her eye. "I can come with you to Professor Lockhart's office and help. No, help you write his fan letters." Hermione's excitement was contagious. Her eyes shone as she gave him an encouraging nod. "Come on, say yes." Harry paused for a moment, then allowed a small grin to break through. "All right, let's go." Chapter 195. Celebrities Must Behave Like Celebrities. Nearly a month into the term, Harry had to admit that Professor Gilderoy Lockhart was a more than competent Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. But acknowledging his skill was one thing. Actually replying to his endless fan mail still gave Harry nightmares. Whether Hermione had volunteered to help out of kindness or to win favor with Lockhart didn't matter. To Harry, anyone willing to shoulder the burdensome task of writing dozens of polite replies at least once a week was a lifelong friend. "But I'm not even sure he'd agree to let us help," Harry fretted as they walked. "Don't be so quick to talk yourself out of it," Hermione chided. "You'll never know if you don't ask. Anyway, this stays between us, right?" Right." Harry shuddered inwardly at the conspiratorial way Hermione sounded, like one of those criminals on Muggle TV luring in unsuspecting children. They strolled down the long, stone-arched corridor on the 3rd floor, winding their way toward Lockhart's office. "You know," Hermione began, "everyone who holds the Defense Against the Dark Arts post at Hogwarts tends to redecorate it to suit their own tastes. Last year's professor had the walls draped in heavy black velvet, and the year before, it looked like a crypt with skull-shaped candle holders everywhere." Harry peered at the ornate door ahead of them. "Can't wait to see how Lockhart's done it." Hermione gave him an encouraging smile. "We'll find out soon enough." Hermione practically bounced beside him. "I wonder what Professor Lockhart's office will look like." Harry, however, managed only a flat expression. "I'm not looking forward to it at all." They came to a stop before the polished mahogany door bearing the nameplate G. Lockhart, Defense Against the Dark Arts. Hermione glanced at Harry, puzzled by his reluctance. "Harry?" Summoning every ounce of courage, Harry squared his shoulders and rapped on the door. It swung open almost at once, revealing Gilderoy Lockhart's beaming face. "Ah, our star student arrives. Harry, do come in." Harry's mouth went dry. Hermione stifled a small squeak of delight. Lockhart's smile faltered the instant he spotted Hermione peering over Harry's shoulder. "Miss Granger, what a pleasant surprise. Why are you here?" Hermione's cheeks pinked. Though she bristled at the unexpected attention, she forced her voice to stay calm. Professor, if it's all right with you, Harry and I, well, we thought we might help you draft those correspondence replies." Harry shot Hermione a grateful look, his hope renewed. As he stepped inside, he took in the office at last. True to Hermione's warning, Lockhart's taste had left its mark everywhere. Gilded picture frames filled with the professor's smiling portraits, a glittering crystal chandelier, and shelves cluttered with every magical knick-knack imaginable. The effect was over the top. Lockhart waved them further in, oblivious to their exchanged glances. Splendid. Come in, come in. There's plenty to do. He swept toward a massive desk, its surface piled high with letters and half-finished scrolls. I'm so glad you're here. Between your brilliant minds, I'm sure we'll have these letters out by supper. Harry and Hermione exchanged one more look and then moved forward together, steeling themselves for another day in Professor Lockhart's extravagant and unpredictable world. Harry paused on the threshold of Professor Lockhart's office and stared in astonishment. Every inch of the walls was covered with framed photographs of Gilderoy Lockhart. Hundreds of them, each face beaming in candlelight. Some bore his elegant signature. Others were casually stacked on a nearby table as if the framed ones weren't quite sufficient. But it wasn't Lockhart's vanity that made Harry's pulse race. It was the sheer volume of letters and packages crammed into the room. The spacious office resembled a small postal depot. Towers of envelopes sealed with wax, brightly wrapped gifts and bundles of fan mail crowding every spare surface. Harry swallowed hard. The very thought of replying to each and every letter was enough to send him into a cold sweat. He glanced at Hermione, hoping she'd offer to share the work. After all, her outstanding performance in Defense Against the Dark Arts made her the perfect candidate to help organize the professor's correspondence. Harry silently pleaded, "Please, Professor, let her help. She knows just how you like things done." Lockhart, reclining with a pleased smile, shook his head. "My dear Miss Granger," he said, turning to Hermione, "although I'm genuinely flattered by your eagerness, I'm afraid I must decline your offer." "Professor?" Hermione echoed in surprise. She hadn't expected such a prompt refusal, and neither had Harry. Gilderoy Lockhart leaned back in his chair, folding his hands over his immaculate robes. "I want you both to understand one thing," he began, his voice tinged with mock severity. "Harry's task of replying to my fan mail is actually a punishment, his makeup for that little detention with Professor McGonagall." Harry and Hermione exchanged glances and gave a reluctant nod. Hermione's lips trembled. "But," Lockhart held up a placating hand and smiled soothingly. "Please, Hermione, don't fret. Crafting the perfect fan letter isn't something you master in a single sitting." He leaned forward, winked conspiratorially at her, and added, "Next time I need help with my correspondence, I promise I'll ask you first. Then it won't be a punishment at all, but a genuine request. It would be my honor to have the brightest student in the year assist me." At those words, Hermione's shoulders straightened, a faint smile appearing. She gave Harry a quick nod and slipped out of the office, clearly buoyed by Lockhart's flattery. Once the door closed, Lockhart turned back to Harry, his grin dazzling as ever. "Well, what are you waiting for? Let's see some letters." "Come in, Harry." As soon as Harry stepped into Lockhart's office, the professor slipped across the room to close the door behind him, rubbing his hands together in giddy anticipation. "I've been thinking, you'd be perfect for writing these invitations." Harry blinked. Lockhart treated envelope addressing like some grand honor. Then again, the man was nothing if not full of contradictions, just as Sherlock had warned. "All right, let's see," Lockhart muttered, rummaging through a neat stack of parchment. "First on the list, Lady Gladys. Bless her heart, she's one of my most ardent admirers." Harry's gaze flicked away, replaying Sherlock's quiet observations and remembering Colin Creevy's relentless questioning. He frowned, a plan forming. With swift, practiced strokes, he inscribed Lady Gladys's name and address on the envelope. Before Lockhart could hand him another, Harry cleared his throat. "Professor, there's actually something I wanted to ask you." The professor started, clearly taken aback by Harry's initiative. Then, eager as ever, Lockhart beamed. "You have questions? I never thought the savior of the magical world could harbor doubts." "Don't worry, Harry," Lockhart said with a reassuring grin. "With all my life experience, I can answer any question you have." Harry shifted in his seat, clearly uncomfortable. "It's just, there's a student in our house who's really taken a liking to me." He paused, searching for the right words. "He keeps trying to photograph me and get my autograph. He shows up wherever I go, and it's starting to disrupt my routine." Lockhart laughed softly, a knowing sparkle in his eyes. "Ah, I see. You must be talking about Colin Creevy, right? The young lad who insisted on that double portrait with us?" "That's him," Harry said, nodding emphatically. He didn't bother to correct Lockhart's phrasing. This time, fan felt like an entirely appropriate description. Very good, Harry, Lockhart continued, straightening his collar. It appears you're beginning to understand the weight of fame. It truly is a double-edged sword. As your mentor, it falls to me to share a bit of my celebrity know-how with you. He flashed at Harry his trademark smile, ready to impart the hard-won lessons of life in the limelight. I once quipped in Dancing with Werewolves that fame is like gold hidden in a niffler's pouch. One wrong move and you'll lose a finger. The moment Lockhart shifted to his favorite subject, himself, his voice gained an undeniable authority. Oddly enough, Harry found himself hanging on every word. Harry, never forget, a celebrity must carry himself like, well, a celebrity. You think Colin Creevey's constant snapping is intrusive? Ha! That's merely amateur hour. I once had a fan so desperate for my autograph, she tried to break into my bathroom while I was showering. And if that alone weren't alarming enough, she'd even prepared a love potion. Harry stared, wide-eyed. A love potion? Lockhart winked conspiratorially. By Merlin's beard, I probably shouldn't be telling a student this. It's a bit advanced for your age. Harry cleared his throat. Lockhart waved a hand dismissively. But seriously, Harry, when you become a public figure, you must always stay one step ahead of your admirers. Fame is a wild creature. Handle it carelessly, and it'll bite. Professor Lockhart swept into the hallway just as Colin Creevey darted toward Harry, camera at the ready. Remember, Lockhart coached, you must keep him at arm's length, like you would mandrake seedlings. Hold your ground. Harry raised an eyebrow. Professor, could you be a bit clearer? Lockhart clapped his hands. Of course. Chin up, Potter, high enough that you can still see the tower's tip behind you. Adopt that expression, the one that says, I just saved the wizarding world from you-know-who. And when he says, Mr. Potter, please sign for me, don't fumble. Answer firmly, as though casting a charm. Defense against the dark arts in 5 minutes, then turn on your heel and walk away. Harry glanced at Colin, who had already planted 1 foot on the spiral staircase. Before the boy could pose another question, Lockhart added, If he follows you up the stairs, deal with him coldly. Mr. Creevey, your persistence is taxing the Savior's patience. Short, sharp, and unmistakable. Harry watched this demonstration with half-amused, half-skeptical eyes. Lockhart straightened his robes and offered a triumphant smile. You see, Harry, every overly eager photograph you allow only fuels tomorrow's gossip. Fans must feel that you want to be close to them, yet circumstances forbid it. That slight distance keeps you mysterious and, more importantly, keeps your reputation pristine. With that, Lockhart gave Harry a final pat on the shoulder and swept out of the corridor, leaving the young hero to consider how best to manage the day's admirers, particularly the determined Mr. Creevey. Gilderoy Lockhart tapped his chin theatrically, smoothing the folds of his violet robes. Even if you really mess up, he declared, voice rich with self-satisfaction, you must always let your fans leap to your defense. If necessary, you can even suggest the idea yourself, though that's a lesson for another day. The principle remains the same. A celebrity must always look the part. With that, he stood a little taller, shoulders back, chin raised. Now, Harry, let's move on to today's technique. How to convey, I'm far too busy for your questions, using nothing but your nostrils. Harry stared in disbelief as Lockhart launched into a detailed demonstration of nostril flaring, an eyebrow-raising foundation for any true star. Hermione trudged back to the Gryffindor common room, cheeks still warm from disappointment. She found Sherlock perched in an armchair, hands clasped beneath his chin, eyes fixed on the fire. Sliding onto the sofa beside him, she let out a sigh. He turned me down, she said simply. Sherlock looked up, interest piqued. But, Hermione offered him a small, determined smile. He did say that if another opportunity comes up, he'll be sure to call on me next time. Sherlock raised an eyebrow. Next time, absolutely? Or is that just a promise to keep you hanging? That was inevitable, Sherlock remarked, folding his arms across his chest. Hermione frowned. You foresaw this outcome. Why didn't you warn me before I went to look for Harry? He raised one pale eyebrow. And if I had warned you, do you think you would have heeded my advice? She paused, then shook her head with a rueful smile. No, I wouldn't. Sherlock allowed himself a small, satisfied grin. Of course not. You're far too headstrong for that. Is that so strange? Hermione asked, amusement dancing in her eyes. You know me well, Sherlock. I can be stubborn. He glanced at her thoughtfully. Stubborn, yes, yet not without reason. Gilderoy Lockhart turned out to be more intriguing than most give him credit for. Intriguing, Hermione echoed, her curiosity piqued. She cocked her head. Sherlock, what exactly do you mean? Sherlock's lips curved into a knowing smile. Let me walk you through it. Chapter 196. Let me tear you apart. The glow of the Gryffindor common room hearth cast flickering shadows as Sherlock settled into an armchair, his gaze fixed on Hermione. Calmly, he began to unravel his thoughts on Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. From our very first Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson, Lockhart has been nothing but contradictions. The topics that bore the students most, memory charms, obscuration spells, those he devours, the spells we most want to master, shield charms, disarming charms, he barely deigns to teach. Hermione's eyebrows shot up. But he flaunts his adventures all the time. You're telling me he actually dislikes teaching us defensive magic? Precisely, Sherlock replied with a measured nod. Don't doubt my judgment. He's undeniably competent, charming and eloquent, but his true passion lies in self-promotion, not in guiding young witches and wizards. Think back to Diagon Alley. He fawned over Harry, begged for that photograph, then presented him with a complete set of his books. You remember his thrilled grin? Hermione swallowed. I thought he did it out of kindness. Kindness? Sherlock's lips curved into a wry smile. No, marketing. Harry's fame was merely another stepping stone for Lockhart's own legend. Sherlock fixed Hermione with a steady look. Consider his behavior at Hogwarts. He overdramatizes every adventure, turning each class into a full-scale reenactment of his so-called exploits and recruiting all of you to play along. If he didn't truly enjoy it, why would he go to such lengths? Every time he's in the spotlight, I can practically see the delight on his face. Yet when it comes to real magic, he always holds back. He seems strangely resistant to doing it himself. Hermione opened her mouth. But he still teaches us genuine skills every lesson. Precisely, Sherlock interrupted, tilting his head with a half-smile. Even you, his biggest admirer, can recognize which parts of his lectures are actually useful. Ask yourself, if the lessons weren't worthwhile, do you really think the rest of the school, professors included, would humor him so eagerly? Hermione fell silent. She had no answer. Sherlock leaned in, lowering his voice. There's only one explanation. Gently, he delivered the verdict. Gilderoy Lockhart didn't come to Hogwarts to teach. Hermione's eyes widened, stunned. If anyone ever doubted a professor's motives, this was the moment to realize just how startling the truth could be. You don't need to look so shocked, Sherlock murmured, his voice low. An exchange of favors, getting what you need in return, is simply how society functions at its core. Hermione fell silent for a moment, then said, By the way, there's more than one questionable thing about Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. Questionable? Sherlock raised an eyebrow. Yes. He's a Ravenclaw and, more importantly, was once Professor Flitwick's student. I went straight to Flitwick for his opinion. I knew you'd want to hear it. Please go on, Sherlock prompted. Back in his Hogwarts days, Lockhart was brilliant. Flitwick and the other teachers agreed that his raw talent outshone most of his classmates. If he'd applied himself to his studies, he would have achieved extraordinary things. But he chose otherwise. Every year, his end-of-term results in charms were a perfect 0, while in other subjects he scraped by with E's or sometimes even A's. Flitwick thinks Lockhart's refusal to work for those charms grades wasn't laziness. It was pure utilitarianism. The charms professor was also Ravenclaw's head of house, and Lockhart apparently saw no gain in pleasing someone who wielded that much influence over him. In his 5th year at Hogwarts, Sherlock had managed to persuade the sitting prefect to relinquish his badge without so much as a protest. 2 years later, in his 7th year, he did it again, this time convincing the head boy to give up his title. Even now, at the start of the new term, Professor Flitwick still shakes his head in bafflement over Dumbledore's choice to appoint Gilderoy Lockhart as Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Hermione stared at Sherlock in stunned silence. You're saying, don't look so shocked, Hermione, Sherlock replied, his tone mild. Honestly, I couldn't care less what skeletons Lockhart has in his closet, provided they don't endanger us. Compared to last year's professor, he gave a thin smile. Lockhart can actually teach us something useful. As Flitwick himself pointed out, everyone at Hogwarts carries secrets. That's precisely what he meant. Hermione's face remained clouded with confusion long after she turned to leave, her mind racing to unpack Sherlock's startling revelations. Once she was out of earshot, Sherlock leaned forward, clasping his hands beneath his chin, and stared thoughtfully into the distance. Around him, the quiet hum of the castle carried on, oblivious to how time slipped by unnoticed. Harry trudged back toward Gryffindor Tower, his arms so stiff he could barely lift them. The corridors of Hogwarts seemed to blur around him after his encounter in Lockhart's office, and by the time he reached the door to the common room, his legs threatened to give out. But when he pushed it open and saw only Sherlock lounging by the fire, relief washed over him, and he felt his eyes sting. "Sherlock!" Harry exclaimed, voice catching. He hurried across the room and dropped onto the arm of the sofa beside him. "You're back?" Sherlock glanced at his pocket watch before turning to Harry. "Judging by the limited range of motion in your right arm, you must have really crossed Gilderoy Lockhart," he observed dryly. "Also, I expected you to be out longer. Lockhart's fan club must be larger than I imagined." Harry winced, but didn't mind the teasing. "Sherlock, you've been waiting here for me?" "Not exactly waiting. I was just lost in thought after Hermione left," Sherlock admitted, folding his hands in his lap. A hush fell between them. It was heavy and unexpected, and Harry forced himself not to dwell on it. Finally, he cleared his throat. "Sherlock, if you're not too tired, there's something important I need to tell you." "Go ahead." At the promise of mystery, Sherlock's eyes brightened with that familiar spark of curiosity. "I just heard a very odd noise in Lockhart's office." Harry took a breath, choosing his words. It wasn't just a noise. It was a voice, a cold, cruel voice, like it was sent to freeze you in place. He watched Sherlock lean forward, every sense alert. The adventure, it seemed, had begun. Chapter 10. The Whisper in Lockhart's Office. Harry paced anxiously in Sherlock's Baker Street sitting room, his expression pale and tense. At last he blurted out, "I heard it, really heard it. A voice, deep and cruel, whispering, 'Come, come here! Let me tear you apart, kill you!' But Lockhart claims he didn't hear a thing." Sherlock sat perfectly still, his steepled fingers resting against his lips. Harry's agitation only grew. "He told me I must be tired. After all, I'd been in his office for nearly 4 hours. But that's not it. I swear I heard that voice clear as day." "Tell me everything," Sherlock said at last, his tone calm but insistent. "From the moment you and Miss Granger stepped into Professor Lockhart's office, leave out no detail." At the sound of those words, Harry straightened. Whenever Sherlock issued that request, it meant he was taking a case, no trifling matter, as Harry well remembered from the Greek interpreter affair, the Cho Chang eyeshadow caper, and the framing of Hannah Abbott's father. He took a deep breath and began. First came the memory of Hermione's bright excitement as she and Harry entered Lockhart's elegantly decorated office. Books on one side, display cases on the other, and in the middle, the professor himself, radiant in purple robes. Hermione had stayed longer, chatting about the latest charms he'd published in Witch Weekly. Lockhart, ever the charmer, coaxed her down the corridor to show her some personal notes. Harry recalled that moment vividly, the click of the door behind him, the sudden hush of the empty office. He had Wandy, read toward Lockhart's desk, trying not to feel foolish alone in such a lavish space. Then, just as he leaned over the professor's quill-strewn blotter, came the voice. It swirled around him, icy and urgent, demanding he come closer so it could tear him apart. His heart pounded at the memory. "And then," Sherlock prompted. "According to your suggestion," Harry continued, "I turned back to Lockhart, who still claimed to have heard nothing, and I asked him, casually, how one deals with overzealous fans, like Colin or Creevy." Harry managed a shaky smile. Lockhart laughed it off, said I was imagining things. Sherlock nodded slowly, eyes narrowed in thought. "Very good, Harry. Now sit down. We have work to do." Harry sank onto the sofa, relief and apprehension warring in his chest. Sherlock's attention was fixed, as always, on unraveling the smallest mystery, and this one, Harry feared, might be more dangerous than any before. Harry had spent what felt like ages helping Professor Lockhart answer fan mail, hundreds of letters, maybe even 1,000. By the time he finally grew too exhausted to continue, he was ready to collapse. That's when he heard it, a voice, soft but unmistakable. At first, he thought he was imagining things, but when he snapped awake, the words rang out even more clearly. Lockhart, of course, heard nothing. He waved Harry's concern away as a sleepy hallucination and ordered him off to bed. Only then did Harry recall Hermione's strict warning. He wasn't supposed to tell a soul about the voice. Well, he reasoned, Sherlock Holmes hardly counted as anyone. Sherlock studied him with keen interest. So you returned sooner than I expected. Aside from the sentence you just mentioned, did you hear anything else? Harry shook his head. No. And what did Professor Lockhart say when you told him? He said I should go back and rest. Could you tell where the voice came from? I couldn't. Harry felt a pang of guilt. Sherlock trusted him, and he had nothing useful to report. Come here. Let me tear you apart. Kill you! Sherlock leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers beneath his chin as he murmured the words Harry had just spoken. Really, he said at last, that sounds more foolish than threatening, like a would-be bounty hunter on the street yelling "Stop!" at every passing stranger. He let his observation hang in the air, then turned his sharp gaze on Harry. Have you ever heard a voice like that before? Harry blinked, caught off guard. What? I don't think so. Sherlock inclined his head, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. My dear Harry, I've reminded you often, once you've eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. So let us begin our deductions. Sherlock stood motionless in the dimly lit hallway, his sharp gaze fixed on Harry. First, he said coolly, let's rule out this being a hallucination. Harry threw up both hands. I'm positive it isn't. Second, Sherlock went on, let's assume Professor Lockhart genuinely didn't hear the voice. Harry shook his head. He looked taken by surprise. His reaction wasn't faked. Very good. If we eliminate those possibilities, then you alone are hearing something others don't, and that something must be a very unusual creature emitting that sound. Harry's eyes brightened. Exactly. He pumped his fist. See, Sherlock, you grasped the truth immediately. Sherlock's brow inched up. Not quite. What do you mean? Harry's excitement gave way to confusion. Haven't we ruled out every other explanation? Have we, really? Sherlock allowed a slow, wry smile to cross his face. What if there's another possibility, one we haven't considered? Harry tensed. What possibility? Sherlock stepped closer, meeting Harry's gaze evenly. What if the real lie is yours? Harry's face flushed. Sherlock! He clenched his jaw, hurt and anger warring in his eyes. I would never lie to you. Harry took a shaky breath, memories of their friendship flashing through his mind. After all they'd been through, how could Sherlock doubt him now? Yet here he was, questioning Harry's honesty, and it stung more than any enchanted fiend. They'd been through so much together over the last year. How could Sherlock doubt him now? In that instant, Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. But Sherlock gave no sign of noticing his pain. My dear Harry, Sherlock said, his voice calm, I know you wouldn't lie to me, but what if this isn't a decision you're making consciously? What? Harry blurted, his heart pounding. He understood each word well enough, yet somehow Sherlock's meaning slipped through his fingers. My dear Harry, thank you for placing your trust in me, Sherlock began, rising slowly. The moonlight streaming through the common room window made his robe gleam as he spoke. Your honesty is beyond question, he continued, but you mustn't forget how limited human senses are. What we see and hear can be masterfully staged, painstakingly arranged by others to deceive us. Harry leaned forward, brows knitted. I'm not sure I follow. Sherlock smiled thinly. Look back at the cases I've taken on in the past. The detectives at Scotland Yard strut around as if they've uncovered every clue, yet they're entirely under the criminal's control, mere puppets dancing on strings. They don't realize someone else is pulling the levers. He paused, his expression growing serious. And now, Harry, we're in the magical world, where illusions and enchantments run far deeper than anything I've seen before. If we let ourselves be fooled even once, the consequences could be disastrous. Harry met his gaze, the weight of Sherlock's warning settling over him like a cloak. Outside, the wind rattled the window panes, and in that moment, both of them understood that the game had grown far more dangerous than either had anticipated. You spent nearly 4 hours in Lockhart's office. If he'd truly intended to do something to you, even with all our precautions, we might never have noticed. And don't forget, he's the defense against the dark arts professor. Sherlock fixed Harry with a steady, intense gaze. I find it hard to believe that a defense against the dark arts professor wouldn't understand the dark arts. Harry felt the air turn to ice. Sherlock, he swallowed hard, realizing there was no argument to make. Sherlock's logic was airtight. After a moment, Sherlock's expression softened into a reassuring smile. Relax. From the moment you arrived until now, you've shown no sign of tampering, nothing unusual. Even if Gilderoy Lockhart does harbor hidden talents, he has no reason to use them against you. You two have always cooperated well. Besides, you're protected by something far more powerful than any spell, a mother's love. Harry exhaled sharply, tension draining from his shoulders. Seeing his friend's relieved face, Sherlock couldn't help but let out a quiet chuckle. Sherlock's dark eyes held Harry's with that familiar, unflinching intensity. You see, Harry, eliminating all impossible explanations is never as straightforward as it seems. Even I need time to sift through the evidence, and that's why I asked if you'd ever heard sounds like those before. Harry shifted on the edge of the leather chaise, uncertainty creasing his brow. I'm not sure, he admitted. It feels like yes, and yet no. I'm sorry, Sherlock. I just can't remember clearly. For a moment, Sherlock's stern expression softened into a teasing smile. Don't frown like that. Come on, let's have a drink. Hot cocoa, if you prefer. He stood and waved a hand toward the mantel, where two steaming mugs waited. They warmed their hands on the mugs in companionable silence. Sherlock sipped deliberately, then set his cup down. We'll pick this up again tomorrow. For now, relax. You need rest. That was all the encouragement Harry needed. Back in his dormitory at 221B Baker Street, Sherlock's temporary lodgings during his consulting tour of London's magical community, he changed into his pajamas and crawled into the soft blankets. His mind buzzed with the evening's conversation, the strange, half-heard whispers in the corridor, Sherlock's methodical logic, and the unsettling possibility that only Harry could perceive certain magical phenomena. He thought, too, about Gilderoy Lockhart and the half-finished letter that sat on his desk. At least Lockhart had taught him one useful trick today, how to handle an over-enthusiastic photographer named Colin Creevey. Writing the reply, however, had been an ordeal. His quill arm still ached from all the flourish-filled flourishes Lockhart insisted upon. Despite the swirl of thoughts, exhaustion claimed him within minutes. As he drifted he heard Sherlock's quiet, even breathing from the armchair beside the bed. The detective's subtle smile lingered in Harry's half-dreams, a silent acknowledgement that this partnership, two very different minds brought together by magic and mystery, would make Harry's second year at Hogwarts anything but dull. After all, magic was far more fascinating when combined with deductive reasoning, and tomorrow they would both learn just how deep the mystery truly ran. Time had a way of slipping by unnoticed, and before they knew it, a full month of term had passed. October brought an unexpected chill to Hogwarts, not just in the air, but in the form of a nasty cold that swept through every corridor and common room. Nearly every student and staff member fell victim. In Sherlock's dormitory, only he and Harry remained symptom-free. Ron, Neville, and Dean lay in their beds, beset by coughs and sniffles. Elsewhere, the situation was much the same. Madame Poppy Pomfrey, Hogwarts's ever-diligent matron, found herself busier than ever. To combat the outbreak, she concocted what she grandly called a reviving potion. Though its name sounded more dramatic than its purpose, the potion was astonishingly effective. A single draught banished chills, filled the body with comforting warmth, and rather peculiarly, sent harmless wisps of steam curling from the drinker's ears for hours afterward. While the sick lay wrapped in blankets, Sherlock sat in a corner of the common room, violin in hand. At first, the unwitting audience winced as his bow screeched across the strings like wood being sawed. But everyone knew how his playing began, painful, awkward, almost grating, before blossoming into something truly sublime. And sure enough, once he'd worked through the rough opening, he launched into a second piece so exquisite that even the snoozing students stirred to listen. As the last strains of Sherlock's violin drifted into silence, all three boys felt the tension melt from their shoulders. Harry let out a contented sigh and then looked over at Ron, who still looked a bit pale and sniffly. You really ought to join us for morning exercises, Harry teased, stretching his arms above his head. A bit of fresh air and a run might stop you from catching every cold that comes along. But every time we say, come with us tomorrow, you promise. Next time for sure. And then you never show. Ron's voice came out muffled through his stuffy nose. Next time for sure, Harry. Honest, this time I'll be there. Harry raised an eyebrow. He wanted to believe Ron, but he didn't. At the foot of the bed, Neville Longbottom, who'd been pretending to study, glanced over curiously. After a moment, he caught Sherlock's eye. Sherlock set the violin gently aside and addressed Neville in a calm voice. You're welcome to join us for exercise tomorrow morning, Neville, if you like. Neville's hand froze on the parchment he'd been writing on. He sat bolt upright, eyes wide. Galloping Gorgons, he blurted. Harry and Ron both turned to him. Neville, what's the matter? Neville blinked at Sherlock, still ashen-faced. You said exactly what I was thinking, but I didn't say anything. Harry and Ron stared in astonishment as the afternoon light filtered through the window, leaving them all to wonder just how Sherlock had pulled off this new, uncanny feat. What on earth are you playing at, Sherlock? Ron demanded, his face a mixture of shock and excitement. His feet crunched in the frost, but the cold couldn't dampen his enthusiasm. Harry stood silently beside him, eyes fixed on Sherlock, clearly just as curious about how he'd managed to pluck Neville's private thoughts out of thin air. Sherlock chuckled, a glint of triumph in his eyes. Come now, Ron. You must remember something. Ron scowled. Remember what? A few weeks ago, Hermione and I were talking about Edgar Allan Poe. We discussed that short story where the narrator claims he can deduce another's unspoken thoughts. Sherlock paused, watching Ron squirm. You said it was just a literary trick. Nothing more than clever writing, like Lockhart's so-called expertise in his books. I told you then that I do the same thing every day, but you refused to believe me. Ron began, waving his arms as if to clear the accusation away. I never said that. Not aloud, perhaps, Sherlock said smoothly, but I'm quite certain you thought it. He folded his arms, a self-satisfied smile playing at his lips. Harry exchanged a quick, impressed glance with Ron. Even Ron couldn't suppress a grudging grin. Sherlock's deductions were as infuriating as they were brilliant. And in that cold, moonlit courtyard, they all realized they were witnessing something far more remarkable than magic. So, when I noticed Neville lost in thought, I seized the chance to discuss it, Sherlock said, glancing at Harry. This is exactly where Harry differs from you two. He never questions my deductions. Harry beamed, arms folded confidently across his chest. Ron and Neville exchanged uneasy looks. Sherlock couldn't help himself and burst into laughter. Gentlemen, if you doubt me so much, let's make a wager. If my conclusion convinces you, each of you must drink a reviving potion. Frankly, I'm tired of your daily sniffles and yawns drifting down the corridor. It sounds more like withdrawal symptoms than students waking up. Ron and Neville shot each other a look, then nodded in reluctant agreement. Harry, still wearing that self-satisfied grin, spoke up suddenly. Sherlock, if I'm not mistaken, the example you and Hermione discussed earlier isn't quite the same as our current situation. Sherlock arched an eyebrow. Oh, please explain. Encouraged by Sherlock's expectant gaze, Harry met his eye and said boldly, The detective you mentioned drew his conclusion by observing his partner's every move. Something Hermione and I pointed out doesn't apply here. Harry stopped in his tracks, eyes flashing as he faced Sherlock. If I recall correctly, your companion might trip over a loose pile of stones or gaze up at the stars, some such petty distraction. But Neville was lying perfectly still on the bed just moments ago. What clue could you possibly have gathered from that? Neville said nothing, yet his emphatic nod left no doubt. Harry's assessment was spot on. Ron, however, directed a furious glare at Sherlock, so intense that it looked as if he might sprout into a hungry flobberworm and devour him whole if Sherlock didn't deliver a satisfactory explanation. Sherlock threw back his head and laughed, then turned his piercing stare from Harry to Neville. Neville, I think Harry has done you a disservice here. Neville's eyebrows shot up. He pointed at himself, incredulous. Me? Disservice? Precisely, Sherlock said, his voice mild but firm. Facial expressions are the most honest conveyors of our emotions, and yours are exceptionally forthcoming. Harry crossed his arms. You're claiming you figured out what Neville was thinking by reading his face? Indeed, Sherlock confirmed, a note of triumph in his tone. My dear Harry, every subtle shift, the curve of the mouth, the tension around the eyes, spoke volumes. But tell me this, Neville. What thoughts occupied you just before you drifted into contemplation? Neville blinked, hesitated, then offered a small, rueful smile. I was trying to remember a flower I once studied for herbology, and then I got lost in thinking about how it responded to moonlight. Sherlock nodded, as if this explained everything. Ron relaxed the slightest fraction, and Harry's skepticism finally gave way to grudging admiration. In that moment, the room seemed to hold its breath, aware that beneath the banter and bravado, Sherlock had once again unveiled the invisible threads of another's mind. Perhaps you don't even remember what you did, Sherlock said, arching an eyebrow. Neville blinked. I'm sorry, but I can't recall. Allow me, Sherlock replied, his words tumbling out faster now, eyes alight with excitement. You were lying perfectly still on the bed, face expressionless, while Harry and Ron were discussing this morning G's exercise. Then, without warning, you rolled onto your side to look at us. That motion caught my attention immediately. Your gaze fell on the wooden practice swords by Harry's bedside, exactly the ones we use for fencing drills. I saw your expression shift as thought began to form. A moment later, you glanced at Harry's right hand, and then you turned toward me, violin in hand. I noticed the way your lips parted, as though you wanted to speak, then hesitated. In short, you were asking, without words, to join Harry and me for fencing this morning. Merlin's beard, Neville exclaimed, eyes wide. Sherlock, you observed me down to the smallest detail. Harry and Ron exchanged stunned looks. None of them had realized just how far Sherlock's powers of deduction could reach. Actually, the clues I used to figure out your thoughts went beyond what you've mentioned, Sherlock said, folding his arms. Picture that morning when Harry couldn't join me for our usual workout because he had Quidditch practice. When I returned to the castle, I found you and Ron, though really it was Neville, fencing with those two wooden sticks. Ron blinked. Sure, I remember that. But what does it prove? Sherlock's gaze didn't waver. It proves that Neville has developed a strong interest in fencing. At the time, Sherlock continued, I corrected your sword grip. You, Ron, simply nodded and carried on. But Neville, every shift of his shoulders, every flicker of his eyes, made it clear he took my instruction to heart. Even without watching him later, I'm certain of one thing. Ron leaned forward, curiosity getting the better of him. Oh, and what's that? Neville must have spent countless hours practicing fencing on his own in the dormitory since then. Don't come any closer, Sherlock warned, repeating himself as Ron advanced. Ron grinned, unable to hide his admiration. I must say, Sherlock, I'm genuinely impressed with you this time. He leaned in and lowered his voice. I admit I did have my doubts about what you said the other day. Just a tiny bit, of course. Sherlock tapped his nose, a self-satisfied smirk tugging at his lips. My dear Ron, that was rather shallow of you. If you hadn't shown even the slightest disbelief, I wouldn't have needed this little distraction. Ron felt his cheeks warm with embarrassment, and something else. Was Sherlock really so intent on proving a point that he'd remembered a passing remark? On the other hand, the fact that Sherlock noted his reaction at all meant something. It meant Sherlock considered him a true friend, which was, admittedly, flattering. After all, if it hadn't mattered, Sherlock wouldn't have remembered. He opened his mouth to praise Sherlock's brilliance, but before he could speak, Sherlock, almost by magic, drew a small glass vial from inside his coat. Ron blinked in surprise as the mysterious bottle gleamed in the afternoon light. The sky was still a pale gray as Sherlock stepped out onto the frost-rimmed lawn. In his hand gleamed a small vial of amber liquid. Ron, he said coolly, it's time you drank this invigorating potion. Ron's eyes narrowed. He took a backward step, shook his head, and glared. I'm not drinking that junk. I'd rather join you for morning drills. Sherlock's lips curved into an almost smile. Without another word, he turned and addressed Neville, who was nearby, stamping his feet against the cold. Neville? Huh? If you really want to get good at fencing, Sherlock continued, you and Harry will persuade Ron to finish that potion. No excuses. Neville's face went pale. You can't be serious. I am, Sherlock interrupted. And once you've seen to him, you both take your own doses. Harry's mouth fell open. Neville looked torn, glancing at the snow-dusted grass and back at Ron, who pressed himself against the stone wall as if to melt into it. Sherlock let the silvery wind drift between them. "I assume you don't want to drag your sniffly selves out here for morning exercise in this frost, do you? Think of it as persuasive motivation." A charged quiet fell over the group. Neville swallowed, his eyes flicking to Ron, who stood speechless, utterly unprepared for Sherlock's uncharacteristically heavy-handed tactic. Under that steady, unreadable stare, Ron's protest faded. He'd never expected Sherlock to force medicine down his throat, but now he realized Sherlock intended just that. Sherlock's persistent coaxing had somehow roused Neville from his usual shyness. Alarmed, Ron jumped to his feet. "Hey, Sherlock! Cut it out!" he yelled. Then he threw a desperate look at Neville. "Mate, you really need to think this through." Neville didn't hesitate. In one swift motion, he leapt off the bed and snatched the glass vial of invigorating potion from Sherlock's hand. Ron gaped, hardly believing his eyes. Nervous, Neville? Hardly. The very sight of him, so determined, stole Ron's breath away. Instinctively, Ron tried to flee, but Harry, who after weeks of training with Sherlock was no longer the scrawny boy he'd once been, caught him in a vice-like grip. Ron's cold had left him weak and vulnerable. He could only struggle as Neville closed the distance, potion in hand. "Don't come any closer," Ron wheezed, panic edging his voice. Before he could say another word, Sherlock raised his wand. "Muffliato." With that, Ron's frantic shouts were instantly muted to a tiny, pitiful whimper, just a soft buzz that anyone nearby would take for a spoiled complaint, not a cry for help. "Don't come any closer." Neville's voice rang out as he stepped forward, a strange mix of relief and determination on his face. He turned to Ron. "It's time for your medicine." Though his tone was gentle, Neville wasted no time. With a firm grip on Ron's jaw, he tipped the entire vial of invigorating potion into his friend's mouth in one swift motion. Harry, who'd been holding Ron steady, blinked in surprise. He never would have guessed Neville possessed such decisiveness. Sherlock, standing nearby, allowed himself a small, approving smile. After all, the art of fencing demanded presence of mind and unwavering confidence. The Sorting Hat hadn't placed Neville in Gryffindor by accident. Courage had always simmered just beneath his surface, and now it was on full display. As Ron swallowed, thin wisps of steam curled up from beneath his flaming red hair, giving the impression that his head was literally ablaze. At once, Harry and Neville released him, watching intently as the potion worked its magic. Sherlock then stepped forward with the second vial. Neville took it without hesitation and drained every last drop. Almost immediately, a slender curl of smoke drifted from his ears, proof that he, too, was feeling the potent effects of the elixir. Ron could barely contain his laughter at the sight before him. "Honestly, Neville," he teased, "you're all timid and submissive around Sherlock, but when it comes to me, you've got guts to burn." He finally understood why Neville had ended up in Gryffindor. There was real courage in that round little face. The invigorating draught had worked wonders. By evening, both Ron and Neville felt back to their usual selves. Once they'd compared notes, the pair decided to turn their attention to Dean Thomas. In essence, they intended to do to Dean what Harry and Neville had just done to Ron. However, they hadn't counted on Dean's unexpected composure. The dark-skinned Gryffindor, usually so easygoing, surprised them both. As Ron and Neville approached with bottles in hand, Dean didn't protest or plead. He simply tipped his head back and swallowed the potion in one gulp. Moments later, his ears steamed with the telltale flush of working magic. Ron stared in disbelief. He'd been eager to see someone else squirm under forced potion drinking, to finally savor the tables turned. But Dean had given them no performance at all. "No chance to gloat," Ron muttered, deflated. Shaking his head, he and Harry decided it was time for a break. Together with Sherlock, they made their way down to Hagrid's hut, mainly because they'd heard the half-giant had baked a fresh batch of rock cakes. A perfect remedy, they agreed, for the day's bruised egos. As they made their way to Hagrid's hut, Harry leaned in and whispered to Sherlock, "Remember, don't let on we need these for shield charms." Sherlock shrugged. He wasn't fussed by Harry's warning, but he'd agreed to keep quiet. Inside the hut, Hagrid barely batted an eye at their request for rock cakes. He swept a generous pile into their hands, grinning all the while. Then, without another word, he beckoned them outside. "Come on," he rumbled. "I've got something great to show you." Sherlock exchanged a dubious look with Harry. "Please tell me it isn't those cabbage-eating slugs again." Hagrid laughed. "Slugs? Nah, that's tame. This is way more exciting." "More exciting?" Sherlock repeated, eyebrow raised. "Absolutely. Just follow me." They trailed behind Hagrid around the side of the hut and into the back field. Sherlock's unease melted the moment he stepped into the clearing. Rows upon rows of gigantic pumpkins filled the patch. No exaggeration. Each one could easily hold 2 or 3 people. Their gleaming orange surfaces caught the late afternoon sunlight and made Harry's eyes go wide. "Impressive, huh?" Hagrid said, spreading his arms. "I'm growing these for Halloween." Harry stared in awe. "They're incredible, half as tall as a person. Hagrid, how on earth did you do it? What sort of fertilizer could do that? It's nothing special." "You used the engorgement charm, didn't you?" "No, how could I? You know my wand's broken. I haven't been able to use magic at all." At Sherlock's words, Hagrid's face went pale. He'd forgotten how quickly Sherlock unraveled explanations. He should never have brought Harry along. He should have come alone. Forcing himself, smile, Hagrid only managed. "Is that so?" Sherlock's gaze drifted to the pink umbrella Hagrid still clutched. In an instant, Hagrid hid it behind his back. Harry's heart quickened. He knew that umbrella's secret as well as Sherlock did. Every teacher at Hogwarts carried a hidden skill. Seeing his friend's distress, Harry hurried to defuse the situation. "Sherlock, maybe we should change the subject?" He gave Sherlock an imploring look. Sherlock sighed and nodded. "Very well." He gestured toward a pen of proud, glossy-feathered roosters strutting nearby. "But look at those birds, truly remarkable specimens." Hagrid's eyes lit up, and he chuckled. "Of course, you know me, Sherlock. I have a knack for raising animals." "By the way, the youngest Weasley girl stopped by a few days ago," Sherlock said with a teasing grin. "She told me I did an excellent job." "Ginny?" Harry's eyebrows shot up. "Exactly," Sherlock laughed. "Trust me, Harry, she certainly wouldn't mind signing your autograph." "Say that one more time and I'll stop playing with you." Sherlock burst into delighted laughter. With Halloween fast approaching, the first Quidditch match of the season was just around the corner, and Harry's morning workouts with Sherlock were falling by the wayside. Oliver Wood's devotion to daily Quidditch practice was legendary. Rain or shine, he was out on the pitch, broom in hand, rallying the team. So it was Neville, newly recovered from his cold, who faithfully joined Sherlock at dawn for their fencing drills. Ron, as usual, promised he'd come along next time for sure. After one particularly brisk session, Sherlock paused, lowered his sword, and regarded Neville with genuine approval. "Neville, you've really got a knack for fencing." "No way?" Neville blinked, surprised. "I don't lie unless it's absolutely necessary." Sherlock gave him a firm nod. He wouldn't steer him wrong. Gryffindor was hardly known for churning out prodigies, yet somehow it had produced not one but 2 remarkable fencers, Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom. Dumbledore himself once remarked that 2 students possessed the makings of the savior of the wizarding world, though in the end, Voldemort's choice fell on Harry. If that were true, did Neville also share that same destiny? The question nagged at Sherlock's mind, and before he knew it, he was entertaining a daring new theory. It was a bleak Saturday in late October. Rain the size of small pebbles pounded the castle windows in a relentless drumbeat, and the lawns and flower beds had turned to muck. Harry Potter, soaked to the skin and flecked with mud, trudged back to Hogwarts after yet another grueling practice. His bad mood owed nothing to the weather. Even under cloudless skies, this session would have been punishing. Word had come via Fred and George's covert reports that Slytherin's chasers, riding the newly released Nimbus 2001s, had reached astonishing speeds, 7 neon green streaks tearing across the pitch like enchanted fighter jets. Facing them today had been more like dodging bullets than playing Quidditch. Harry couldn't help but feel a brief twinge of regret at the news. If he'd been more ruthless the last time, Malfoy might still be laid up in the hospital wing. Then again, he shook his head, banishing the thought. The incident was ancient history now, and even if it weren't, Madame Pomfrey's miraculous healing talents could put Draco back on his feet in a single night. Frustrating, but it was what it was. Lost in his own thoughts, Harry trudged down the deserted corridor. Suddenly, a clear, cheerful voice called out, "Harry!" He looked up to see a striking girl standing a few paces away. Her long, lustrous black hair framed a warm, welcoming smile, and her bright eyes sparkled as she watched him approach. Chapter 199, A Beautiful Encounter with Cho Chang. "Cho, what are you doing here?" Harry blurted out, surprise tinging his voice. Cho Chang paused and eyed him from head to toe, her brow lifting in amused confusion. "Shouldn't I be asking you that? You look like you just wrestled a Hungarian horntail and lost." Harry's cheeks burned. Cho Chang, Ravenclaw's star seeker, was someone he'd only met last term, and even then, it was thanks to Sherlock Holmes. The previous Easter, Cho's father had given her a 7-color eyeshadow palette that vanished from the Ravenclaw common room. Frantic, Cho had turned to Sherlock for help. Retrieving stolen cosmetics hardly stretched his talents, but the case ended on a bittersweet note. The palette was returned, but Cho discovered that the supposed culprit, a close friend, had betrayed her. Sherlock later remarked that such a friend was better lost. After all, Ravenclaw's wisdom couldn't always tame the thorns that grow in people's hearts. Cho and Ravenclaw's head girl, Penelope, came by to thank Sherlock for his assistance, and that afternoon marked Harry's real meeting with Cho Chang. They'd parted with nothing but mutual respect and warm impressions. Now, seeing her standing before him in the dimly lit corridor, her dark hair shimmering in the torchlight, Harry realized how much he'd missed their easy camaraderie. "Nothing serious," he managed, brushing off his robes. "Just another magical mishap." Cho smiled, the familiar sparkle returning to her eyes. "Well, if you need help untangling it, you know where to find me." With a playful nod, she turned and slipped away down the hallway, leaving Harry both relieved and oddly thrilled by their chance reunion. By the end of last term, both Harry and Sherlock found themselves convalescing in the Hogwarts infirmary after thwarting Quirrell's attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Almost every afternoon, prefects from across the houses came to pay their respects, but none visited more faithfully or more warmly than Cho Chang, always accompanied by her friend Penelope. It was during those quiet hours that Harry realized Cho was not only beautiful, but also remarkably easy to talk to. Their conversations flowed naturally, and by the time the term ended, a genuine friendship had blossomed. Over the summer, Harry kept in touch with her nearly as often as he did with Sherlock, and by the first week back at school, Cho Chang had become one of the few girls he felt truly close to. Now, trudging across the soggy grounds after an ill-fated Quidditch practice, Harry couldn't help but wish Cho could see him in a different light. Relaxed, part of a circle of cool friends, everyone roaring with laughter at his jokes. Instead, the reality was far less flattering. Rainwater dripped from his hair onto his robes, mud splattered his legs, and he looked, he admitted privately, a lot like a drowned rat. He opened his mouth to say something defensively. I'm fine," he stammered. Before he could recover his composure, Cho's laughter rang out. "Pfft," she managed between giggles, clutching her sides. Harry froze for a moment, mud and embarrassment pooling together, but her eyes sparkled with genuine amusement, not derision. And somehow that made all the difference. Noticing Harry's embarrassment, Cho offered him a gentle smile. "It's all right, Harry. We can get you cleaned up in a second." With that, she drew her wand and tapped his muddy robes. "Scourgify!" In an instant, the filth and rainwater vanished, leaving Harry's scarlet Quidditch uniform looking brand new. Cho paused, considering him for a moment, then flicked her wand again. This time she cast a warming charm, and the cold that had seeped into Harry's bones melted away. Harry exhaled in relief. "Thank you so much, Cho. Really, that was a huge help." Caught in his grateful green-eyed gaze, Cho felt her cheeks warm. "You're too kind. It was nothing, really. But what happened back there?" Harry sighed and quickly recounted the morning's disaster. "You mean Malfoy's father went out and bought Nimbus 2001s for every single Slytherin player just so Draco could join the team?" Cho's eyes went wide. "They wouldn't dare. That's completely underhanded." Harry shook his head. "Underhanded and too late to do anything about it now." "They fly like jets," Harry muttered, his shoulders sagging. "I swear we're going to lose again." "Don't talk like that." Cho Chang reached out and squeezed his arm. Harry glanced at her, panic still flickering in his eyes. Cho forced a smile. My broom is only a Comet 260, hardly a Nimbus 2000, let alone a Nimbus 2001. It's slower than a shooting star, too. But do you see me quitting? I refuse to believe the broom itself will decide this game. Harry shook his head. It's not just Malfoy. There are 7 players on Slytherin with Nimbus-level brooms. 7. They'll simply outpace us from the start. With that many top-of-the-line racing brooms, it's like facing an express train. Cho's expression softened. You're overthinking this. Remember what the Eastern Masters said. It's not the bow that wins the war, but the archer. Quidditch is the same. A broom is only a tool. What really matters is who's flying it. Harry closed his eyes, taking a steadying breath. Cho's confidence was contagious. He nodded once, determination returning to his face. All right, he said quietly. Let's show them what we can do. Especially in a sport like Quidditch, where so much rides on the seeker, Harry looked up at Cho Chang, gratitude in his eyes. Cho, yai. Cho's lips curved into a gentle smile. What matters most is that if you give up now, the game's over before it even starts. His breath caught at the kindness in her voice. She squeezed his arm and said softly, I believe in you, Harry. You have to believe in yourself, too. He nodded, feeling the knot of worry loosen in his chest. You should head back inside and rest. You're soaked. Cho beamed. Thanks. Actually, I've been meaning to ask, why do you always insist on training in weather like this? She nodded toward the darkening sky, where thunder rumbled and rain began to lash the pitch. Why not wait for a clear day? Harry exhaled, a rueful smile tugging at his lips. Our captain never changes a practice schedule just because of a storm. Cho raised an eyebrow. Really? He chuckled. Fred and George claim that even if a forbidden curse fell from the sky, it wouldn't stop Wood's passion for Quidditch. Cho laughed, the sound bright against the growl of thunder. I'm sorry, I just can't picture it. I've heard head girl Penelope mention this Captain Wood before, Harry admitted, but I've never heard such colorful stories. She shook her head, still smiling. Well, whoever he is, he's got dedication to spare. They strolled off the pitch together as the rain picked up, finding shelter beneath the ancient arches of Hogwarts. In the warmth of Cho's companionship, even the storm felt like nothing more than background noise. Cho Chang's laughter rang out, brighter than anything Harry had ever heard, and he found himself unable to look away. Actually, she said, her eyes sparkling, I have an idea that could keep you from ending up like that the next time you practice. Harry sat up straighter. What idea? The waterproof and fireproof charm, Cho replied casually. It's a neat little spell. You enchant an object so it repels both water and flame. They don't start teaching it until 2nd year, though. Would you like me to show you? A mischievous glint danced in her eyes. Harry barely contained his excitement. Yes, please. Will you teach me? After Halloween, she promised, waving as she turned away, her laughter trailing behind her like music. Harry watched her go, clenching and unclenching his fists. He had to win today. Only then would he feel worthy of her tutoring. Still half lost in thoughts of charms lessons with Cho Chang, he nearly jumped when a voice spoke at his shoulder. You seem particularly happy today, young Potter. Harry whirled around to find Gryffindor's nearly head, less resident, Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, hovering beside him. Nearly headless Nick was leaning against the wall, his long, curled hair topped by a fashionable feathered sorting hat. He wore a knee-length doublet with a rough-style collar, just enough to hide the gruesome gap where his neck had been nearly severed. At that moment, he fixed Harry with a mournful gaze. Harry, still riding high from Cho Chang's earlier encouragement, greeted him cheerfully. Nick, you look a bit down. Everything all right? He expected Nick to shrug off the concern. After all, that was the polite response. Instead, Harry watched in surprise as his friend's ghostly face lit up with relief, as if he'd been itching for someone to talk to. Do you know my neck was chopped 44 times? Nearly headless Nick blurted. 44 strokes from a blunt axe. Do you have any idea how I managed to survive that? Harry froze. No, Nick waved a translucent hand. And yet they still won't let me join the headless hunt? Why not? Don't you want to know about the headless hunt? He reached into his doublet and produced a sheaf of what looked like transparent parchment. Look at this. Harry leaned forward as nearly headless Nick spread the ghostly letter before him, hoping it would finally explain why a man who'd lived through 44 axe blows couldn't earn a spot in the most prestigious club of the afterlife. Harry reached out for the letter, but nearly headless Nick waved him off. Instead, the ghost carefully unfolded the parchment and cleared his throat. Dear Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, we have received your report on my application to join the Headless Hunt. Our committee convened a special meeting, attended by the captain, the deputy captains, and all knightly members, to review your submission. After thorough and democratic discussion, we regret to inform you that membership in the Headless Hunt is strictly limited to those whose heads are fully detached from their bodies. Unfortunately, you do not meet this requirement and therefore cannot participate in such events as horseback acrobatics or head-on polo. Thank you for your interest and long-standing support of the Headless Hunt. Yours sincerely, Sir Patrick Delmore. Harry stared at the closing signature, mouth agape. Nick's transparent jaw dropped so low his chin nearly grazed the floor. It was absurd, an entire organization devoted to headless activities, and they disqualified him for still having his head. Before Harry could say a word, the ghost launched into a torrent of complaints so heartfelt and indignant it sounded as though Colin Creevey had taken possession of him. Harry could only stand there, utterly baffled. By the time Harry reached Gryffindor Tower, he still wasn't sure exactly how he'd agreed, almost on autopilot, to attend nearly headless Nick's 500th Death Day party. Maybe the good mood from his earlier chat with Cho Chang had loosened his sense of caution. In any case, it didn't seem like a terrible obligation, so he shrugged it off and carried on up the stairs. When he slipped back into the dormitory, the only person there was Sherlock, lying on his bed with his chin propped in his hands, staring off into the distance. Sherlock turned his head at Harry's entrance, gave him a brief glance, and then drifted back into his own thoughts. Harry was used to it by now. He peeled off his red uniform, swapped it for his everyday robes, and settled down beside Sherlock's bed. You know, he began, I ran into nearly headless Nick in the corridor just now. He's throwing his 500th Death Day party on All Hallows Eve and asked me to bring friends. Sherlock turned to look at him, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Harry paused, then asked, So, would you like to come? Chapter 200, Dead or Alive. Sherlock reclined on the couch, one arm dangling over the side, eyes half closed. No interest, he declared lazily. Harry stopped in his tracks. You're not going? He asked, eyebrows raised. Sherlock yawned, then stretched. Tell me why I should care about ghosts and specters. Whether in the Muggle world or the magical world, there's a hard line between the living and the dead. Muggles just don't have the means to cross it. Harry bristled. Huh. I thought the unusual would at least pique your curiosity. Perhaps, Sherlock admitted, but since nearly headless Nick has already extended the invitation, you might as well go. Report back everything you see and hear. All right, Harry said with a nod. He swung his legs over the side of the couch and stood, smoothing his robes. I'll round up the others before we head to the banquet. As he reached for the door, Sherlock's voice drifted after him. I suspect you agreed to Nick's request, less out of fascination with the afterlife, and more because you enjoyed your conversation with Miss Chang, didn't you? Harry froze in the hallway. He frowned, realizing Sherlock had hit the mark. Now that you mention it, yes, I suppose I was a bit hasty. He paused, the echo of Sherlock's insight lingering as the door closed behind him. Harry came to an abrupt halt and whirled to face his older brother, eyes wide with shock. How did you know? Sherlock, who had been lounging on his trunk-turned bed, sat up at once. Now, my dear Harry, you must admit you're surprised. Harry sank back down, blinking. I am, honestly. He'd never intended to hide his meeting with Cho Chang, especially not the chance encounter that had taken place before nearly headless Nick's dinner invitation. But having Sherlock call him out before he'd even said a word left him momentarily stunned. He held up a hand. You should have made me write it down, then sign my name. Why? Sherlock rose and began to pace the small dormitory, his tone crisp and precise, the very voice Professor McGonagall used when she was on formal business. Because in 5 minutes, you'll be telling me it was far too simple an inference. Harry waved a dismissive hand. I promise I won't. Sherlock stopped mid-stride and fixed him with a steady look. "You should know me better than that, dear brother." He resumed his measured circuit around the room. "You see, constructing a chain of deductions, each conclusion flowing inevitably from the last, is in fact the most straightforward exercise imaginable. Nothing more than elementary logic. If I skip all the intermediate steps and only announce the beginning and end of my reasoning," Sherlock said, surveying Harry from head to toe, "I can achieve a far more dramatic effect, much like the one your bewildered expression is giving me right now." Harry shifted uncomfortably. "You're still not making sense. How does that explain what just happened?" Sherlock smiled. "Observe. You walked in moments ago with a perfectly clean uniform and a grin on your face. Naturally, I inferred you just bumped into Miss Chang." "I don't see the connection," Harry protested. "On the surface, there seems to be none," Sherlock admitted. "But let me show you the missing links." He tapped Harry's sleeve. "First, your robes are completely dry and spotless, an oddity since the rest of the Gryffindor Quidditch squad you were training with half an hour ago was soaked and muddied. Second, there's an extraordinarily faint residue of magic clinging to your collar. That tells me someone, presumably Miss Chang, cast either Scourgify or a swooping charm on you. Neither is your usual style. Third, the warmth still radiates off your cloak, a warming charm, only partly faded." Harry's eyes widened. "You deduced all that from my clothes?" "Precisely," Sherlock said, stepping back. "And now you know why I said you'd met her." Hermione's eyes gleamed as she leaned forward across the table, voice low but insistent. "This isn't your usual style, Harry, and yet it not only confirms my first two deductions, it points to a brand new one." She tapped an imaginary checklist on the table. "Fourth, you never hide your emotions. When you came in just now, something was different. You looked tired, yes, but the corners of your mouth kept twitching upward, and there was a bright gleam in your eyes. Fifth, your pupils are slightly dilated, and your cheeks carry a warm flush, textbook signs of an adrenaline and dopamine surge. Sixth, despite your visit with nearly headless Nick, I still catch the faint scent of jasmine on your robes. It wasn't there yesterday." Hermione paused, letting her words settle. When three independent clues all point the same way, the answer stands out as clearly as a solved Rubik's Cube. You ran into Cho Chang, the Ravenclaw girl, in the corridor, and her kindness, not to mention a bit of quick magic, saved you from, well, turning into a walking mud puddle. Harry stared at her, outright flabbergasted. That's too simple," he blurted. "See, I told you it would turn out exactly like this." Sherlock's tone was smug, his lips curling in a hint of satisfaction. "Every problem, once I explain it, becomes perfectly simple for you." Harry's cheeks flushed. He'd sworn just minutes ago that he'd never repeat Sherlock's own line back at him, but there he'd gone and done it. Mortified, he forced a grin and rushed on to a new topic. "Right, I'm heading to the common room to find Ron and Hermione. Care to join me?" "No," Sherlock replied, waving a dismissive hand. "Just tell them I don't plan to attend nearly headless Nick's birthday." "Death Day party," Harry corrected automatically. Sherlock raised an eyebrow. "Birthday, Death Day, same difference. A gathering in a dank underground classroom with a ghost band playing? Hardly like any party I've ever been to." Harry had no retort. Pushing past a final rueful smirk from Sherlock, he hurried off. Moments later, Harry slipped through the portrait hole into the Gryffindor common room, where Hermione was leafing through a stack of parchments by the fireplace, and Ron was dangling his feet over an armchair's edge. He dropped onto the stool beside them. "You'll never guess what I just learned. Nearly headless Nick is throwing his 500th Death Day party." Hermione looked up, eyes wide. 500? Goodness. Ron whistled softly. "That's a lot of ectoplasm. And cake." Harry grinned. "Exactly. We'd better decide if we're going before Sherlock hears about it and spoils all the fun." "Death Day party?" When Harry broke the news to Hermione, her eyes practically sparkled. "A Death Day party? How many living people can say they've been invited to something like that? It must be marvelous." In that moment, Hermione's hidden Gryffindor fearless side took over, sweeping aside her usual image of a rule-obsessed top-of-the-class student. Across the table, Ron was bent over his potions homework. Well, more accurately, transcribing Sherlock's homework. It was no easy task. Sherlock's concoctions of ideas were so wildly unconventional that Ron often had to puzzle out what he'd meant long before he could put quill to paper. At the mention of ghosts and dancing, Ron looked up, a boyish grin spreading across his face. A Death Day party with actual ghosts? That sounds brilliant. He hesitated, then shot Hermione a worried glance. But Sherlock's not going. Are you? You know, still going without him? Hermione flushed, both indignant and amused. She glared at Ron. Of course I'm going. Why on earth would Sherlock's plans matter to me? Harry and Ron exchanged a quick look and shrugged, the air humming with unspoken thoughts. Hey, what are those looks for? Hermione threw them a sharp glance, arms crossed. You two are acting awfully strange. Harry's cheeks warmed. He and Ron exchanged guilty expressions before Harry blurted, Nothing, really. I'll just go ask the others. Without waiting for Hermione's response, he slipped off down the corridor. Ron, ever the pragmatist, seized the moment of solitude. He plastered on a weak grin. What you said back there was insightful. Very insightful. Hermione merely sniffed and turned away. Ron then hunched over his parchment, determined to finish his potion homework before the hourglass ran dry. Though Harry was celebrated as the magical world's hero, attending a ghost's Death Day party instead of the Hogwarts Halloween feast was purely voluntary. When they polled the student body, only Neville Longbottom and Ginny Weasley volunteered to tag along. Neville, eager to repay Harry and Hermione for their help in recent classes, couldn't bring himself to refuse. Ginny claimed she was going simply to keep an eye on her sixth brother, Percy, but the way she seized every chance to glance at Harry made her true motives unmistakable. And so, with plans set and robes dusted off, they awaited the hour. All the while, Hogwarts buzzed with Halloween excitement. Jack-o'-lanterns flickered on windowsills, and the scent of roasted pumpkins drifted through the corridors. When the witching hour struck on All Hallows' Eve, Harry, Hermione, Ron, Neville, and Ginny slipped away from the festive hall, lanterns in hand, ready to brave the ethereal realm of the undead. Harry froze in the dimly lit corridor, a stab of regret twisting in his chest. He really shouldn't have agreed so hastily to nearly headless Nick's Death Day party. Just down the hall, the rest of Hogwarts was abuzz with Halloween cheer. The great hall draped in fluttering live bats and Hagrid's enormous pumpkins, hollowed out and carved into lanterns big enough for 3 students to cram inside, lined the tables. Rumor even had it that Professor Dumbledore had arranged for a troupe of skeleton dancers to perform later. Compared to last year, the castle's festive spirit was positively electric, making the thought of mingling with ghosts and listening to a spectral band suddenly feel rather dull. What's said can't be unsaid, Hermione chided, crossing her arms as she leaned against the stone wall. Her brow was arched, eyes stern. You promised you'd come to nearly headless Nick's Death Day party. Harry's shoulders slumped. Hermione was right. There was no backing out now. Since you've already made promises to everyone else, you have to keep your word, Harry reminded him. Sherlock found himself cornered and offered Harry a wounded look, as if pleading for an escape. Sherlock, you're really not coming with us? Harry asked, voice brimming with hope. Sherlock shook his head, his tone dismissive. I'd rather go to a banquet with the living than dine with the dead. Harry sighed, a touch of resentment in his eyes. You're so heartless. They turned to leave the room, but Sherlock stopped them with a sudden addendum. By the way, you'd be wise to bring plenty of food. Harry stopped in his tracks, unease creeping up his spine. Why? Ron burst into laughter. What, are you afraid the ghosts won't feed us? Nearly headless Nick isn't that stingy, ha-ha. Sherlock ignored Ron's jeering. Fixing Harry with a serious gaze, he said, Harry, remember what I told you before. There must always be a boundary between the living and the dead. With that, he turned away. Harry and Ron exchanged uneasy glances, wondering what Sherlock truly meant and what surprises awaited them at a feast for ghosts. Ghosts' banquets seldom cater to the living. He turned to Ron. Even if they invite you, my friend, from what I know of these specters, they won't give a thought to providing for mortal guests. At his words, Harry and Ron both went pale, especially Ron, whose grin froze on his face.